evidence of Mr. Van Royan, who will come and testify. He'll be questioned as well, and he will have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Fuzil. Mr. Fuzil was one of the witnesses who had implicated him. I understand from my learned friends who appear on behalf of Mr. Van Royan that they would like to address you, Mr. Chair, first and foremost on the question of the order in which the proceedings of this morning will unfold. I should draw your attention, Mr. Chair, to the fact that there were certain additions made to the bundles during the course of the latter part of yesterday, which included certain affidavits that were filed by Mr. Shlongwane of the Commission. Those affidavits place in context the substantial documents that were obtained from MTN relating to the location of certain important witnesses related to the evidence of Mr. Van Royan. There's also a public protector's report that became available to me during the latter course of yesterday that we've included in the bundle as well. And I've discussed the matter with my learned friend for Mr. Van Royan, but he would prefer to address you directly on both those issues, i.e. the attitude towards the affidavits and the additional documentation that has come in during the latter course of yesterday, as well as on the address relating to the order of proceedings. During the latter part of last week, Mr. Chair, we also gave notice to some of the witnesses whose names will be mentioned this morning or during the course of today's proceedings, including Mr. Bobat and Mr. Whitley. I understand that Mr. Whitley is in fact represented by the same firm of attorneys as Mr. Van Royan, and I understand that Mr. Bobat has an attorney present this morning, a certain Mr. Krauser of BDK Attorneys. As it pleases you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Morning, Deputy Chief Justice.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Together with Mr. Matipa, we appear for Mr. Van Royan on the instructions of Lucky Tekisho Attorneys.
Yes.
Chief Justice, sorry, Deputy Chief Justice, we didn't think that this would be a matter that occupies any of your time, but we are informed that we have a right to cross-examine a witness who implicated our client. You recall that there is a ruling in terms of which Mr. Van Royan was given that right. So the evidence of Mr. Fuzil is incomplete until my client has had the opportunity to cross-examine him on the issues that he testified in respect of their interaction. It is quite unusual to have a cross-examination done in the manner that my learned friend suggests. And there are two reasons for it. The first one is something I would have thought would dispose of this issue quite quickly. On the 8th of February 2019, this commission addressed a letter to our attorneys in which it was made perfectly clear that the sequence is going to be, as we all know, cross-examination and then the leading of the witness, not the other way around. So that letter.
Have you got a copy of that letter by any chance?
Yes.
Other than your own copy?
I'm happy to my attorney has got a copy of that letter. If I may just be, while I can read it, it says we refer to two applications submitted to the Commission on the 30th of January 2019. The legal team has decided not to oppose your application for condonation. your application to testify and cross-examine Mr. Fuzil. This decision will be communicated to the chairperson, and you will be requested to decide the application without hearing any oral submissions. The evidence of Mr. Fuzil and Mr. Mkhajane is scheduled for the 18th and 19th of February 2019. It will be convenient to cross-examine Mr. Fuzil immediately after he completes his evidence. Thereafter, you must testify and be cross-examined as soon as you complete your evidence. The approach will ensure the smooth running of the work of the Commission. You are accordingly requested to indicate the proposed duration of cross-examination, as this is a matter of that chairperson must decide as soon as possible. The view of the legal team is that 1 hour will be sufficient for cross-examination of Mr. Fuzil. And we agree that 1 hour would proceed.
Sorry, Mr. Masu, let me just read it. Yes, continue.
Thank you. And then just when we were preparing to come to this commission on the 24th of July, 2020, we addressed a letter to the commission in which we sought to ask, just to confirm that the procedure is as we always understood it would be. And we said we're writing this letter to seek your confirmation that as it is normal practice, the order of the day shall be as following. We, as the legal representatives of our client, will cross-examine Mr. Fuzil first. After the cross-examination of Mr. Fuzil has been completed, it is then that our client will testify and be asked questions. Please confirm that this will indeed be the order of the day. And of course, we got the response that that is not the order of the day. That won't be the order of the day. That the order of the day will in fact be that Mr. Van Royan will testify first, and then Mr. Fuzil will be cross-examined thereafter. We then checked the rules of the commission to ascertain what the procedural justification for this unusual procedure is, and we could find none in the rules of the commission. What rule number 8 says is that the order and sequence in which witnesses will be called before the commission will be subject to the discretion of the chairperson. Specifically asked my learned friend yesterday whether he had obtained a directive from the chairperson regarding the procedure that he was indicating would apply to today. And his answer was no. And that is why we're addressing you now. And then he said, then the rule also says that the chairperson may, in his discretion, direct the cross-examination of a witness by any implicated person or his legal representative to take place. And this is important. After the commission's legal team and the chairperson have exhausted their respective questions to the witnesses. So we can see no procedural justification for adopting the approach suggested by my learned friend. We certainly think it's unfair, firstly because the purpose of cross-examination is always done after the witness has, the evidence and the property value of the evidence is determined after a witness has been cross-examined. So Mr. Fuzil, with respect, has not completed his evidence until the cross-examination has been done.
Yeah, let's talk about that. The letter to which you have referred, I think it's clear from it that it was written by the acting secretary, probably drafted by somebody in the legal team to reflect what their attitude was. At a certain stage last year, and probably after this month, probably later in the year than February or so, I began to say it's not going to be it may not be, generally speaking, appropriate or warranted for purposes of the work of the Commission that we follow what is followed in trials, in courts, in terms of the sequence. It may be that if the witness who is sought to be cross-examined, if it's accepted that he or she has subjected himself or herself to the questioning by the evidence leaders of the Commission, it may be that the person who seeks to cross-examine him or her should first subject himself or herself to the same process. But also to say, once both of them have subjected themselves to this process, the areas of factual disputes might be much more limited. They may have appeared after the evidence of the one witness, and that might be helpful in terms of us using our time optimally. So the idea didn't necessarily emanate from the legal team, you know. It emanated from me, but it is not necessarily like most things. Most things are not meant to be rigid, but that's where it comes from. That's point one. Point two, and you may address this when one talks about fairness. If the person who seeks to cross-examine a witness has been furnished with the statements or affidavits of that witness, knows all the evidence, basically because the evidence has been transcribed, is available, that this witness has given, knows all of that evidence, has had enough time to prepare to deal with that evidence, and then is asked to take with the witness stand so that he can put his side of the story, and the evidence leaders and the chairperson can probe issues that they think are important for purpose of the inquiry. He is ready. He has been given enough time. He has had enough notice. He knows what the allegations are. He knows what the evidence given by the other witness is. He gets a chance to deal with those. On the face of it, it doesn't seem to me that within the context of an inquiry, which might be different in litigation, in a trial, within the context of an inquiry, there would be any unfairness in him being allowed to exercise his right to cross-examine that he has been given after both have subjected themselves to that process. So that's what I say. It may well be that in the light of what was communicated to your side by way of this letter, it may well be that I must consider your request in a certain way, but generally, this is my thinking, and you may wish to address that.
Yes, on the first issue, Deputy Chief Justice, we are not aware of any directive coming from yourself regarding that regulates cross-examination in the manner you've just explained. It's the first time that I hear that you have a view that cross-examination should not be conducted in a manner that is in a manner that fits the purpose for cross-examination. Because once the Commission accepts that part of its truth-finding mission is going to depend on cross-examination of witnesses. You must accept that the purpose of cross-examination generally, which is to test evidence that has been given by a witness, is very important for the commission as well, because we cannot see any reason why the commission would say that a witness who has specifically made an application, asked to cross-examine a witness who has presented evidence that implicates him, and persuaded the chairperson that there is merit in the request to cross-examine, that when it comes to cross-examination, on the day that he is meant to cross-examine the person, before he gives the evidence, he's now asked to give his evidence before he has cross-examined. Part of his evidence of the person that seeks to cross-examine is embedded in what the cross-examination has. My answer really seeks to answer the second question, which relates to fairness.
Yes, that's what I want. What is unfair about it?
It is extremely unfair.
Why?
For a witness to be asked or to be told by the commission that his procedural rules are intended to find the truth, and part of the device that the commission will rely on finding the truth is the right of the witness to cross-examine a witness who has implicated that particular applicant before the commission. Mr. Van Royan applies to cross-examine. He comes, he argues before the chairperson. He says, I want to cross-examine. And he's told by his lawyers that cross-examination is important because what has been said about you is in some material respects, it's not true. And it's important for your truth-finding mission of the commission, for the commission to get the truth. And the only way it can get the truth is if cross-examination is permitted. We persuade the chair that cross-examination is important for our client.
No, I accept that, but I think the real issue is how is it unfair when the cross-examination takes place after your witness, after the witness or implicated person has subjected himself or herself to questioning by the evidence leader and the chairperson? Firstly,
Deputy Chief Justice, it's got no precedence. That procedure has no precedence at all.
Yeah.
Not in commissions.
Yes.
It has no precedence in commissions.
Yes.
It has no precedence even in this commission.
Yes. But what is unfair about it?
What is unfair is that that's why it's never used. Because the purpose of cross-examination is that the witness who has been cross-examined's evidence is not complete until that witness has been cross-examined. So Mr. Fuzil's evidence, when you evaluate Mr. Fuzil's evidence, you're going to evaluate it from the point of view of the questions he asked, the answers he gave to the questions you asked him, and the answers he gave when he was being cross-examined. That is the complete set of his evidence. His evidence is only complete when it's been cross-examined. That is the only basis on which you can then go to the people he implicates, the people that Mr. Fuzil implicates, with the full evidence of Mr. Fuzil. Right now, Mr. Van Royan will take the stand before Mr. Fuzil testifies. What's the purpose of cross-examining Mr. Fuzil after Mr. Van Royan has given his evidence?
Let's look at this scenario, Mr. Masu. I am asked to conduct an inquiry, which I decide to, for example, conduct without any evidence leader. Think of any inquiry. I call Mr. Fuzil. I ask him to tell me what happened in regard to the matter that is the subject of the inquiry. He tells me the story, and I ask him whatever questions, and he's done. I let him go. Now, in what he tells me implicates somebody else. I call that person. I say, "Tell me what happened," and he tells me what happened, and I tell him what Mr. Fuzil said, as well to say, but Mr. Fuzil says this and that and that. He tells me the story, and at a certain stage, I'm done with that with him. and I look at what both of them have told me, maybe I'm satisfied that even though there are some disputes of fact here and there between the two versions, in terms of what is really material, I've got enough evidence. Mr. Fuzil has finished giving evidence. The person he has implicated has finished giving evidence. If I'm satisfied that I can make a decision without any cross-examination, I go ahead and make a decision. But if I think that there are certain material differences, even after I've had both of them, I might say, look, I can't really decide unless this is sorted out. So I will let the implicated person cross-examine Mr. Fuzil. I do so at that stage. What's unfair about that process?
I'm happy that is that what you've given to me, Deputy Chief Justice, is theoretical.
Yeah.
I want to address the court, the commission, on the basis of its own rules.
Yeah.
And practice.
Yeah.
You up front, you tell the participants to the commission what your rules are.
Yeah.
And they play by those rules. And in this case...
One second, just give me the... Oh. Yes, continue.
And so what you have said is that what you say up front to the public that have an interest in the commission, these are the rules of engagement. A party who is implicated has a right to do a number of things, 3 of them. And one of them is the right to ask from the chairperson for the right to cross-examine a witness who is implicated in. The witness who is implicated, or the person who is implicated, exercises that right. He comes before you, he says, please, I've heard the evidence of Mr. Fuzil. There are certain material issues that he raises about me which are unfair. And I want the opportunity to cross-examine him on that evidence. You agree with it. In other words, you say to him, yes, I'm giving you the right to come and cross-examine the person who implicates you. Now, you don't say to the person, that right can only be exercised after you have given the evidence that I need you to give. Because it's clear that the evidence of Mr. Fuzil is not complete until the implicated person who has been granted the right to cross-examine tests through cross-examination the version that he has given. There are certain aspects, not everything that Mr. Fuzil has said that is contentious. There are certain aspects that Mr. Van Royan would have wanted to cross-examine Mr. Fuzil on before he can give his evidence. That's material because the cross-examination also exposes what Mr. Van Royan's own evidence is going to be. In the absence of cross-examination being complete, then of course it's difficult for Mr. Van Royan to say, this is my evidence, which evidence may well be disposed of by cross-examination. Cross-examination may well result in a situation where we say, no, we don't have to deal with 1, 2, 3 aspects because through cross-examination we've been able to get to the truth of this aspect of the dispute between the two of us. Chairperson, I urge you to, I didn't think that this would be an issue that would occupy your time.
Well, let me say you referred to Rule 8. I think you did read 8.1.
Yes.
It says the order or sequence in which witnesses will be called before the commission will be subject to the discretion of the chairperson. So when you say through the rules, the commission says this is how we'll operate, that includes that rule.
No, I accept that, but what is fundamental in it is that here the facts are different. You have already granted Mr. Van Royan the right to cross-examine Mr. Fuzil's evidence. You have already done that.
Except that the order granting him the leave to cross-examine doesn't tell him the sequence.
No, but then we've got a letter. In fact, this rule tells you the sequence. This gives you the sequence.
You mean the letter or the rule?
No, both the rules and the letter.
Well, let's go to the rule. I read Rule 8.1 to say the sequence of witnesses is in the discretion of the chairperson.
If you read Rule 1 with reference also together with Rule 8.2.
Let's go to 8.2. The chairperson may, in his discretion, direct the cross-examination of a witness by an implicated person or his legal representative to take place after the commission's legal team and the chairperson has exhausted their respective questions for the witness.
The chairperson
Yeah.
and the legal team have exhausted their questions to Mr. Fuzil.
Yes.
Only after that,
Yeah.
this rule say, may, in his discretion, direct the cross-examination of a witness by implicated persons.
Yes.
So the chairperson and the legal.
But I know I'm interrupting you, but I think I just want to make sure we understand. You see, the first 8.1 effectively says the sequence is in the discretion of the chairperson.
Deputy Chief Justice, perhaps let me make it easy for you. It's
Sorry.
clear. It's clear that
Yes,
this is the procedure you want.
Yes.
Let me make it easy for you.
Yeah.
Let us do it this way. May I suggest that I record that we are deeply concerned by the debate you and I engaged in
Yes.
about a procedure that's elementary
Yes.
on cross-examination.
No.
But secondly,
Yeah.
to say to you, Chairperson,
Yes.
that I do not understand
Yes.
what is unfair
Yes.
about the procedure that is normally adopted of having
Yes.
a witness who is being cross-examined to be cross-examined
Yes.
first before. I don't understand. The question should be, what is the unfairness in the normal procedure of cross-examination? Why should there be a deviation from the normal practice of cross-examination? What is it that we're protecting here about getting Mr. Fuzil to be cross-examined first before Mr. Van Rijn gives his evidence? What is unfair about that process?
Well, Mr. Masuku, I said to you earlier on, it may be that in terms of this letter, I might have to look at your request differently from how I would have looked at it. So the debate we have been having is for me to try and understand your submissions and for you to understand what my thinking is. That's why we have been having this debate. But I did say to you, it may well be that in the light of this letter, I might have to look at your request different, but I wanted to benefit from what you may have to say about the general approach.
No, I've said my submissions. I think it's unfair.
Yes.
That's my approach.
Yes.
The fairness of the process of cross-examination is guaranteed. It's a long-held procedure that dates back to eternity, that a person who is implicated is cross-examined first before. The fairness of that is in your judgments. I mean, your judgments there's a lot about the importance of cross-examination to guaranteeing fairness. If you deviate from that process, it must be because there is some fairness that you're trying to ring fence. So your discretion must be exercised in order to ring fence, in order to promote fairness.
Yes, but also
in the
it's
process.
important to promote an optimal utilization of our time. You remember I said one of the issues is once I've had the benefit of hearing both before there's cross-examination, it might become very clear where the areas of dispute are that remain. It may be disputes of fact. It may be that the disputes of fact that remain are really, in my view, not so important or material. It may be that I say, no, they are quite important. But I've heard what you have said.
But Chief Justice, Deputy Chief
Yes.
Justice, when we request for the cross-examination right, we spell out all that. You ask us to identify the areas on which we intend to cross-examine. And that's the basis on which you grant cross-examination. It's not a cross-examination of everything. It's particular areas that we think don't warrant a cross-examination.
Yes, I think you said you have made your submission.
Yes, so but the second one relates to the documents that we got last night. And I did convey that to my learned friend, that the unfairness of it is obvious. We sat on the whole weekend, with our client consulting on documents that we'd been given by the commission. on which when they gave us those documents, those are the documents on which they said, the rules of the play are going to be based on these documents that we're giving you. Yesterday, I made a call to Mr. Halley at 4:45 in the evening. I made the call. He didn't call me to tell me that there are further documents that he's going to be sending us. After I'd called him, that's the time that he tells me that there are documents. But to his fairness, he did say that he had received those documents also late. But we've got to be fair to witnesses and to our clients. We should expect that when they come here, they're able to help the commission by giving clear evidence. How am I expected to help Mr. Van Royen tell the truth and to give the commission the truth of what he's about when he's being given, when documents are put under the door, over the window, in a day before the hearing? I mean, we're even given the report of the public protector. My learned friend knows that report is a subject of litigation as we speak. But we don't know what aspect of the report they want to cross-examine on. We just got these documents yesterday in the evening around 8. And it's just not right. This is not how a truth-finding commission should be doing its work, particularly through its legal team.
What do you propose in regard to the issue of documents?
Well, we also mindful of the time, and my client has got, as you know, he's no longer working, so the less it comes here, the better for him. We will consider the questions that are being asked in relation to those documents. And if in our view, they require a consultation with him, would raise our objection at the time that the questions are being raised. But we'll allow him to use the documents, subject to our right to object to, or even our client to object to answering questions from documents that he was never given yesterday, or that he just received last night. In fact, he hasn't even received them because they were sent to us, not to him. So we still have to say to him, here are the documents that came yesterday. This is what they say about you. But subject to what the legal team seeks to ask of our client, subject to our right to object to those documents being used, we will allow the documents to be used. And there shouldn't be a problem if we stand up and say, can we be given an opportunity to consult with our client on those documents, on those questions, because clearly there are documents for which legal advice is necessary for our client to get.
Well, it's unfortunate if there are documents that you received that late. I'll hear what Mr. Halley has to say. If I were to allow the cross-examination of Mr. Fuzil first, rather than Mr. Van Royen getting into the witness stand first before he cross-examines Mr. Fuzil, would that afford your client and maybe your junior counsel to have time to look at the documents with the clients so that when later on he gets to the witness stand, he will have had a look at them properly?
We could do that, Deputy Chief Justice. I mean, I think it's important that the Commission proceeds on its work, and if these documents are necessary for what the Commission intends to use them, then they must be used. So we would welcome that opportunity, particularly because we are keen to have Mr. Fuzil cross-examined first before our witness is given. The only problem, though, is that now I have to consult with my witness while Mr. Fuzil is giving his evidence, for which my client is entitled to listen to cross-examination, and then engage with the answers that he gives while he does that. But the easier one, Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, is if you could rule that we cross-examine Mr. Fuzil for 1 hour, and then we take a break maybe for for 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We come back and then we decide what
Yes.
the position is.
Yes.
I can assure the chair that we are not going to be obstructive as far as the documents are concerned.
Okay.
We think that some of the documents are not signed. I mean, the other affidavits are not signed. The other relates to a public protector's report, which is a subject of current litigation, and I don't understand what it is that they really seek to find from that document. But it's not for us to speculate.
Okay.
They will have to deal with that. I would propose that approach be adopted.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Masood. Mr. Hanley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, just briefly, if I can deal with the issues in the order in which they've been dealt with by my learned friend, i.e., firstly, the application for leave to cross-examine first Mr. Fuzil before the evidence of Mr. Van Royan is tendered. If I can make a few submissions only to be of assistance to the Commission rather than to advance an argument in support either way. When it comes to the rules, and the rules have already been debated between yourself, Mr. Chair, and my learned friend, Rule 8.1 is quite clear. It deals with the sequence in which the sequence in which witnesses should be called to testify before the Commission. And it makes the point that it is subject to the discretion of the chairperson. And as far as 8.2 is concerned, it says that the chairperson may once again, in his discretion, direct that the cross-examination of a witness by an implicated person or his legal representative is to take place after the Commission's legal team and the chairperson have exhausted their respective questions of the witnesses. So that sets out a fairly broad ambit in which the chairperson yourself is entitled to order the sequence. Now, you've asked my learned friend a very pertinent question, which is, why is this, the order that has been suggested by ourselves as the legal team to the other side, why is this unfair? And with respect, if one considers what has been said, other than with reference to the actual letter itself that was sent in February of 2019 by the legal team, the only argument appears to be simply that this is the established practice. Now, in truth, it is an established practice that parties will testify in a particular order, and even that practice is also subject to the discretion of a court where that is done. It may depend upon who bears the onus of proof. The court is not always going to call witnesses in the order, in a particular order. Sometimes the plaintiff will testify first because he or she bears the onus. Other times it may well be that there's an onus which rests upon the defendant, in which event the defendant might be called to testify first. And the two don't necessarily go hand in hand. The onus to adduce evidence and what we refer to as the onus proper, the burden of proof, as it were. So there's a lot of discretion insofar as those issues are concerned. Additional discretion arises in the context of where you've got more than one plaintiff and more than one defendant. The court has to exercise a discretion in that regard. We're not necessarily confronted with that over here, but of course, Mr. Van Royan has been implicated by more than one person. He, of course, has applied for leave to cross-examine specifically one person, and you've granted him leave to cross-examine that one person, which happens to be Mr. Fuzil. But there are other witnesses who have implicated him as well in relation to specified issues, not quite as broad as what Mr. Fuzil's evidence has gone. There would be nothing wrong, for instance, when one contemplates how the order in which things should be done, there would not be nothing wrong, for instance, conceivably, if the chairperson of the chairperson of this inquiry were to, for instance, order one witness to testify about a specific thing and then turn to the other party and say to the other party, well, what do you say in response to that? You know, there's a whole range of different options. There's a permutation. There's a number of different permutations that may be utilized. Certainly in disciplinary inquiries, it's not unheard of for proceedings to unfold in that fashion. Frequently, it's when attorneys and advocates and counsel and legal representatives get involved that they tend to become very rigid in the way in which they perceive that proceedings should unfold. And that's, of course, informed by their background. It's a comfort zone for them. The rules offer structure, the rules of court offer a safe zone in which they are to present the evidence. But that's not to say that it is the gold standard against which every form of adducing evidence should be tested. It's always a question of the discretion of the chairperson, and it's always a question of what might be convenient. Now, it's in that context, of course, that one must consider the letter that was sent out by the legal team in February of last year. Now, I've tried to ascertain precisely who it was that sent out the letter and the context in which it was sent out. Sadly, I've been unable to get to the bottom of that. It seems to have been not only before the time of the present legal team, but also prior to the time of some of the members of the Secretariat. So they actually don't know the background. But having read the letter for myself, it struck me that what was being contemplated at the time was that there would be a number of witnesses testifying, and that the evidence of Mr. Fuzil would be led first, and that there were at least two other witnesses that would come and testify in support of what he was saying, including Mr. Mahojani, to come and testify to bolster some of the experiences. In the context, and without actually knowing the background, it seems to me that it would have been convenient in that context to follow the procedure that was contemplated or which was proposed in the letter. There's no suggestion by our learned friends that what is stated over there is somehow considered to be binding. Had there been such a suggestion, of course, the suggestion, of course, could be repelled on the basis that the legal team has cannot bind the chairperson. We are subject to the chairperson, not the other way around. And we certainly can't make suggestions or proposals that would ultimately become binding upon the chairperson. The letter itself does not suggest that, and my learned friends quite correctly have not proposed or not argued that that is the case. So the discretion is entirely within your hands, Mr. Chairperson. The order that has been suggested would in fact make sense for a number of the reasons that you've debated with my learned friend. One of which is, of course, that we need to hear from Mr. van Royan through his own testimony what he has said on affidavit. He needs to come and explain that. So it's true that you've granted him leave to come and testify and to cross-examine, but it's in the context of having done so on paper. He needs to now get into the witness box and advance the same argument, if you like, in chief, and also be questioned about some of the answers that he's given. It's also clear from the evidence that Mr. Fuzil has really just triggered an investigation into some of the allegations. The allegations ultimately found their way into the report of the previous public protector, which then became the basis upon which this commission was established. So it's in that context that Mr. van Royan finds himself here. Mr. van Royan doesn't understand for a moment that the case against him is confined to what Mr. Fuzil has said. In fact, it has ranged much further than that. Investigations which have gone beyond that have been triggered on matters which Mr. Fuzil has not, for instance, testified. Mr. Fuzil, at the time when he made his affidavit, was quite unaware of the fact that, in fact, there was interaction between Mr. van Royan and certain members of the Gupta family prior to that. He didn't testify to that. But in fact, the previous public protector picked that up based on cell phone records that she had investigated. And after some interaction between this commission and Mr. van Royan, it seems that he has conceded that there was indeed interaction. Those issues need to be tested. So it would seem to me, Mr. Chairperson, in having regard to what is the appropriate procedure, one must have regard also to the fact that the evidence that has been uncovered goes way beyond what Mr. Fuzil has testified to. In that context, we leave it ultimately to your discretion, Mr. Chairperson. That brings me, of course, to the question of the provision of documentation to our learned friends at a very late stage. Unfortunately, some of the documentation, including the public protector's report, only came to my attention last night. And to be clear, it seems that I had been told of the public protector's report before, but I misunderstood it to be a reference to the previous public protector's report. In other words, the one that is presently or had been in the bundles previously. It turns out that it was in fact a reference to the new public protector's report, one which is dated 2018. And I was quite unaware that there was this distinction that was being drawn, and I was not aware of the fact or the existence of the new public protector's report until I was given it last night. It's in that context that we have made it available to our learned friends. We understand that Mr. van Royan has in fact brought an application to set aside that public protector's report. We're not aware, having only obtained it last night, we're not aware of how far those proceedings have gone. But there's certainly the new public protector's report deals with the interaction between the public protector's office and Mr. van Royan, and certain responses that is given in that public protector's report. That is certainly very important to us, and we would certainly wish to have an opportunity to cross-examine him on that. Insofar as he suggests that they may want an opportunity to stand down in the middle of being questioned, well, it seems to me that the appropriate route to take is to make their call now, to suggest which process they wish to follow. I've asked my learned friend to suggest whether he's if he's unhappy about the report going in, and if he would need an opportunity to consider the report and perhaps to consult with his client beforehand. The indication that he's given is more or less consistent with what he's indicated to yourself, Mr. Chair. But certainly it would seem to me, in considering that issue, it would seem to me to be rather inappropriate if there is a consultation that takes place while a witness is being questioned, or to use the language that we use in the context of the rules which govern the members of the bar, the profession of advocates, that it's inappropriate to consult with the witness while he is under cross-examination. And it seems to me that they must make their call. So that's as far as I can take it, Mr.
Yes, no, that's fine. Obviously, there may be some unfairness. There may be unfairness when somebody is given documents as late as they were given to him. That is partly why it may be important that attempts be made to mitigate that unfairness. It may be that it would not be appropriate, and I don't know if Mr. Masuku meant this, it would not be appropriate that while Mr. van Royan is being questioned by the evidence leader, there is consultation. He might not have intended that, but what I certainly heard is that they might raise objections to certain questions, whether those would lead to a need for a consultation might be something else. I think that it may be important to see how that is handled to make sure that we strike a balance between two things. One, being fair to Mr. Van Royan, but two, at the same time, being able to complete the business of the day.
Indeed, Mr. Chair.
And I understood Mr. Masugu's attitude to be one that seeks to strike a balance between the two as well, in terms of not wanting to obstruct the smooth running of the proceedings, but at the same time being alive to his duty to protect his clients as well. So, no, that's fine. Let me hear what Mr. Masugu might wish to say in response to your submissions. Mr. Masugu?
Yes, Deputy Chief Justice, I just conferred with my learned friend about my previous presentation,
Yes.
and he said that I looked angry. I'm just ugly. and if I did sound or look angry, I apologize.
Yeah.
If you got the same impression. I'm generally a pleasant guy who likes to laugh.
Well, I thought you were generally a pleasant guy.
I'm glad you think so, Chief Justice. Deputy Justice, the discretion you have obviously must be exercised with due regard to the rights that you must rigorously protect. It is not a discretion, the nature of which must just disregard procedural fairness and the purpose of cross-examination. As we say, the default position that you are adopting, the position you're adopting now, or the position that you articulated to me, is a default position. Is not the default position. Default position is that the cross-examination follows after the witness. The cross-examination completes the evidence of the witness who is being cross-examined. And if you're going to deviate from there, it must never lose the attribute of fairness. That procedure must not lose the attribute of fairness. If your procedure protects the fairness aspect of my client, then it must be adopted. And I cannot argue against a procedure that you say is fair. I do not believe the one that you explained to me is fair, and I've made my points on that aspect. But the second thing is that we do think that it would make the commission's work much faster to eliminate those aspects. And I know my learned friend has got a number of witnesses that he wants to cross-examine, or that he wants to cross-examine our client on. That's fair enough. But Mr. Fuzil shouldn't have to sit here for the whole day, listening to what my client has to say about witnesses he has no interest in. And I think it seems to us that the best way is to have him be cross-examined so he can go and do important work that he does outside this commission.
And we agreed about an hour, is that right?
We wouldn't want more than an hour, and my learned friend, Mr. Matipa, is dealing with that cross-examination.
Yes. Okay.
I'll deal with others.
Okay. And about the issue of the documents, were you seeking an arrangement in terms of which, while Mr. Van Royan is being questioned, you might ask that we adjourn so that you consult with him?
Well, it depends. We haven't also engaged with the documents well enough to give you an undertaking that the kind of consultation would require with the client is a much longer than 10 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
But our perusal of the documents is not. We don't think that Mr. Van Royan would be unable to answer some of the questions there.
Yes.
Although we think it's grossly unfair, and accepting that's unfair to give him documents today, to ask him about documents he has not seen. when they do ask him questions, they must remember that their purpose, that their position is not to cross-examine him. It is to elicit answers from documents that they must understand he got today. So it means that in the manner in which they ask him must accommodate that possibility that he might say, look, can I seek legal advice from my legal team to understand what exactly
I
it
think
is?
what I'm quite happy to do, and I don't think anybody would have a problem, is that if I allow that Mr. Fuzil be cross-examined first, when that is done, we have a certain amount of time. You estimated 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We have about that time to enable your team to consult with Mr. Van Royan on those documents or whatever and then he takes the stand after that.
Would be indebted for that.
In that way, there would be no need for any adjournments to consult while he's being questioned.
We would consider that to be fair.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Masugu.
Thank you.
I am going to allow your side to cross-examine Mr. Fuzile before Mr. Van Royan takes the stand. It's not so much because of your arguments on the merits of the process. It's more about the letter and maybe to some extent the fact that certain documents were received late by your side.
That was part of my argument, Chief Justice, the letter.
Yes,
That was part of my argument, so I can snatch the bargain on that
too. No, thank you very much. So that's the decision I've made. The cross-examination will come first, and then Mr. Van Royan will give evidence later. Thank you, Mr. Masugu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe what we should do, we are at 11 o'clock now. We normally take tea at 11:15. I don't know whether, Mr. Hali, you need some time before Mr. Fuzile takes a stand, you need some adjournment or not,
Yes,
or whether we should take the tea adjournment now.
We wouldn't be indebted to you, Mr. Chairperson, if you would take the adjournment now. We need to explain to Mr. Fuzile what exactly the implications of this are, and just acclimatize him to the changed process, because we had previously advised him that the proceedings would take place in the different format, and in light of your present ruling, it seems appropriate that I should explain what's happening at the moment, and just afford him an opportunity, or just have an opportunity to engage with him.
Actually, if we take, we normally take a 15 minutes break at 11:15 for tea. If we take 30 minutes now from 11 to 11:30, that might help Mr. Masugu's side as well to consult with Mr. Van Royan in regard to the documents, so that maybe later they won't need any further time.
Yes.
So let's take 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then, so we'll resume at 11:30. So we combine the tea break and some adjournment, so we make optimal use of it. I think Mr. Masugu is happy with that arrangement.
Yes, we are.
Yes, okay, all right. We adjourn.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Longisa Fuzil.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fuzil. Thank you for coming back to make yourself available to assist the commission. You will be cross-examined. If there's any question you don't understand, feel free to ask it to be repeated. You might need to either take off your mask or move it a bit, unless when you talk, everybody can hear you well. But at least there is social distancing. I hope it is enough. Just so that we can hear what you have to say. Yes, Mr. Machiba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Fuzil, I assume I can address you as Mr. Fuzil. Is that all right? Yes, I'm just going to address you as Mr. Fuzil throughout. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. In this cross-examination, I'm going to use, there are files which I'm going to use, which the commission gave us. The first one is the one that runs from page 1, I think it
Well,
goes.
I think
Yes.
all of them are supposed to be written something on the spine,
Yes.
which should help identify which one.
Okay, on the side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it written Exhibit PA?
Yeah, Exhibit PC.
Or PC? That's the
Yeah.
one. Okay. Somebody must assist Mr. Fuzil to identify. Oh, he has found it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. That's the one. I think it goes from page 1 to 500.
Okay, all right.
Yes. And then, in addition to that, there is another file. I noticed later that this file did not contain the statements of Mr. Mohajani and Ms. Makanda. And that has been given separately. I hope.
Oh, do you
Yeah.
want to
I'll
deal
make
with
some
that as and when you arrive?
Yes,
When
I think-
you get to that stage?
Yeah, I think we can
Yeah,
deal
if
with
you are
it. when-
starting with the other one, let's deal with that one. Once we are done, then we can move on to the next one.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Fuzil, I would like to take you back to your relationship with Mr. Van Royen.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
The Liver file that I've got now, it's written Advisors 1, and then below that Exhibit PC. Is that how your one also reads on the spine?
Yeah, it says Exhibit PC
Yes.
in
okay.
brackets C.
But it's written Advisors 1 or above that or not? On the
Yeah,
spine?
it is, yes.
It is, yeah.
Exactly,
Mr.
Advisors
Fuzil,
1.
you have the same file?
Yes.
It looks that way, Deputy Chief Justice. On
Yeah.
the spine is written Advisors 1.
Yes.
Exhibit PC in brackets C.
Yeah. Okay, I think,
David Douglas in inverted commas, Des van Royen.
Yes.
Pages 001 to 427.
yeah, it is the one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Fuzil, I just want you to confirm the following things, and then you can just tell me if you agree. You have already indicated that you had a very good relationship with Mr. Van Royen, which dates back for many years. Am I correct? Before you met, before you became Minister of Finance. That appears, if I may just refer you to on page 0359. And I'm using the pages at the top right corner. Yes. Yeah. On page,
Okay, hang on a second.
Yes.
You will find, both you, Mr. Matip, and Mr. Fuzil, you will find that on each page at the top, there are two numbers. One is red, the other one is black. The red is on the top right-hand corner, and the black one is on the top left corner. Whenever there is a black number, normally in the past we have been using the red numbers, but for a certain reason, whenever there is a black number, we have to use the black number. Mr. Halley, that is still the case, eh?
That is so, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay. So when you refer to page numbers, use the black number, but you don't have to say advisors 1-008, for example. You just say page 8, and we will all know you are referring to the black numbers. Yeah.
Chairperson, the only challenge is I don't have black numbers. I have read both of them.
Oh,
But what I have, the pages I'm using are on the top right, is the one on the topmost right corner.
oh.
If that's exactly what you have.
Mr. Fuzil, do you have the black numbers?
Yes.
You
I've
do
got,
have.
Oh, you mean the ones in the
black
middle?
number on the top left-hand corner.
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
a red one
On the top right?
on the top right,
Yes.
which starts with PC.
Yeah, yeah,
Which is
yeah.
the
Yes,
file.
yes.
name.
Okay.
Yeah, so he has, the black numbers I'm talking about
Yes.
would appear on your top left page. You have got them.
The one that starts with PC.
No, that's the red ones.
Okay.
Then you are supposed to have on the opposite of the opposite that one, on the top left, you're supposed to have a black one starting with advisors -1
Oh, I see that,
You
yes.
see?
Okay,
So
I've
you-
got
you-
that.
Yeah, so
Yes.
use the black ones, but
Okay.
also each time you refer to a page, you don't have to say advisors 1-008. You just say
okay.
page 8.
All right,
Yeah.
okay, the only challenge is I use my cross-examination based on the red one, so I prepared it along those.
Oh,
So
but of course,
I will have
you
I can call it first.
Yeah, you can call it first, or otherwise you go to the red one and then look at the black one.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So if you go with me to, that page, the one that I referred to as,
Mr. Chairperson, sorry if I can be of a bit of assistance over here. It must be borne in mind, of course, given the order in which things are unfolding, that the present document has not been entered into evidence.
Oh, well, is it not referring to an affidavit that has already been admitted?
Yes, no, that is
Yes.
true, but I just
Yes.
want to alert my learned friend to that so that he can address it, of course.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well,
I'm not sure I follow.
I assume you are referring to Mr. Fuzil's affidavit. That
Yes, I'm
yeah.
referring to his own affidavit.
Yes, that would have been admitted previously.
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine. But
Yes.
if that is not so, then I should be told. But otherwise, I think it would have been admitted previously.
All right. So the affidavit I'm referring to, Mr. Fuzil, appears it starts on page 357. I'm talking about the black one, the black number. 357. And where I am is page 360.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matu. Maybe what you should do is go to, because you have prepared on the basis of the red numbers.
Yes.
That you go to that page without telling us about the red numbers.
Okay.
And then when you get there, tell us about the black numbers.
Oh,
How is
I
that?
see.
Yeah, so that there is no confusion.
Yes. Okay.
So what is the black number on the page you are talking about?
It's 362.
362?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, 362. 362. just as the starting place, I'm saying this, that in paragraph 34, you indicate,
Well, do you want to just confirm that that is his signature on page 372 and that this is his affidavit
Yes,
before you move on?
okay. All right, can I confirm, Mr. Fuzil, that this is your affidavit, this document?
It looks like it, yeah.
It is, and then it's signed on page 372. This is your affidavit, right? Thank you. Now, on page 362, in paragraph 34, that's where you deal with your relationship with Mr. Van Royan. You see that?
Yes.
Right? And then you indicate in paragraph 34 that you first met him when he was a member of parliament,
Yes.
right? And that he was a standing member of the Standing Committee on Finance and chief whip of the majority party, right? And now in paragraph 35, you also speak about a very good professional relationship that you had with him. Am I right?
Yes.
And that there was mutual respect between you and him for each other's roles, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
And then in 36, you actually give examples to illustrate the quality of the interactions that you had with him, right? You give 2 examples of positive engagements that you had with him. I don't want to, I mean, it's something that I don't think, but I just want to confirm that relationship and that interaction. 36.1, you speak to the information that he requested from you when he was preparing for a debate during the State of the Nation address, pursuant to the State of the Nation address. You see that?
Yes.
And then in 36.2, you speak about the mediation role that he played in a meeting at National Treasury on the 9th of November 2015. I'm correct, right?
Yes.
And then you say, in the very last line of paragraph 36.2, you say, just the last 3 lines. In that meeting, Mr. Van Royan played a role of mediator. He was very polite and constructive throughout the engagement. Am I correct that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
Fuzil, just make sure your answers are captured
Yes.
by the recording, yeah.
Right.
So your answers mustn't be too soft,
Okay.
yeah.
yes. Now, in paragraph 38, on the next page, you speak about the cordiality that prevailed between you and Mr. Van Royan throughout the many years of your interactions. And you say this can be attested to even by your former colleagues at National Treasury and his colleagues, other MPs. You confirm that?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me check with you. In these interactions that you've had with him, specifically at National Treasury, where he played the role of a mediator, where you say he was very polite and constructive throughout the engagement, was he also polite to the other people, or was he only polite and constructive to you?
He was polite to other people.
Okay.
As well.
As well, okay. And the years that you've known him, where you say there was cordiality that prevailed between you and him, and you say this can be attested by your own colleagues at National Treasury as well as by his other MPs. Are you aware of him not being cordial to other people? And I think let's just start with your own colleagues. Was he only cordial to you, or was he also cordial to your colleagues?
This is prior to his arrival at Treasury as minister.
Yes.
He was cordial to everyone.
Okay.
And to be clear, prior to his arrival to the Treasury as minister.
Definitely, yes. I just wanted to confirm that. Now, I think we can now move to the events of the 9th of December 2015. Now that we have set the scene. First, I would like to refer you to, I want to go back to your statement. Just 1 second. First, I think let's look at page 044. 044. Page 044.
Okay.
That page,
That's an index, is that right?
yeah, it's an index page. And then the
Yes.
next page is a statement. I just want us to,
Well, the next page
It's
says.
a table of contents.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, and then the third page is, it says Lungisa Fuzil there. You see that? Can you confirm that this is your statement?
This is
goes-
a statement or affidavit that starts on page 46.
Yes.
And goes up to, oh, it says,
Page,
it looks like a statement rather than, it goes up to page 65, is that right?
page 65, yeah, if we exclude the attachments.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just a statement and not an affidavit.
Right.
It's dated 16 November 2018. You confirm it as your statement?
I confirm that it is my statement.
Yes, thank you.
Signature on page 65 is mine.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So I want us to look at page page 048. Are you with me on page 048?
Yes.
All right. On that page, in paragraph 15, I don't want to read the whole of it, but you mentioned that you received a message from the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Nene, telling you that the X has fallen. Are you with me on that
Yes,
paragraph?
I am.
Okay. And then, and he explained that, you changed direction, then you went to him, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 17, that's where I would like us to look at. You then say you received a call from Mr. Enoch Gorongwan, who said, you are now going to receive a Gupta minister who will arrive with advisors. Am I right?
Yes.
I just want to confirm something with you here before I proceed. When you received this call from Mr. Gonungwana, were you already aware that Mr. Van Royan was the next minister, was the new minister?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that he was referring to him then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's then look at, okay, I think just before we move, in paragraph 18, you say, I asked him to elaborate what he meant. And he said I should watch it. My new minister is likely to come with advisors he does not know. They would be given to him by the Guptas. I was perplexed, to say the least. Okay. Am I reading it correctly? No?
Yeah, you're reading it correctly.
Okay, sure. That's fine. Now, I want us to look at, I think there's one question before we proceed on that is, when you say you were perplexed, and by then you knew that the minister is Mr. Des van Royan, did this change your view of him?
If you read my own statement,
Yes.
where on 19, I say that I never even got to speak to Dr. Ramuncha, that he had suggested I should speak to, because at that point, I took the matter somewhat lightly, disturbing as it was.
I just wanted to confirm I wanted to confirm just what you meant by I was perplexed, to say the least, because I'm assuming that.
The suggestion that I was going to get a Gupta minister, 1, 2, that he's going to come with advisors of Indian descent, I said on the cross-examination, and the suggestion that he might not know them that well even, was actually puzzling to me.
Yes.
Having heard what he said, I still thought, could it really be? Right, because he went on, if you read my own statement,
Yes.
to say that, in fact, if I want to confirm this, I should check with Dr. Ramuncha, the modus operandi of the Gupta appointees in his own way. And by the way, I'm saying this is Minister Kodongwana talking to me.
Yes, no, I understand.
It's not me talking to him saying that I'm getting a Gupta minister. Right? He said, you're going to get a Gupta minister. He is going to arrive with advisors. They are likely to be of Indian descent. They will be given to him and so on. And I'm saying then, shocked at one point, but shortly afterwards I kind of said, look, I doubt it really could be. Which is why, even though I had Dr. Ramuncha's number, I knew him very well. We had a very great rapport. I had time to call him. I had airtime on my phone, but I didn't call him.
Yes.
I still let that lie.
Okay, that's fine. So my only question was, did that change your view?
Not at that stage, I did say to you.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on. Then let's look at page.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Is the position that you were concerned about what Mr. Kontongwana said about your new minister, but nevertheless, you didn't think you at that stage wanted to call Dr. Ramuncha and confirm what you had been told? You still wanted to see how things developed, or what they told you? You didn't form a fixed view about the situation?
Precisely, Chief Justice. I mean, I wanted, I mean, the day was the night was gonna pass, and the morning was gonna come.
Yes.
And he was going to arrive at the Treasury.
Then you could see.
I didn't have to check it with anyone. If he arrived on his own, Enoch would have been proven wrong, first point. Just getting there on his own. Needless to say, he actually arrived with advisors.
Okay.
So then that was the first moment. First when I got to the union buildings, actually. But you will come to that. But I'm saying that the first time then I met the advisor.
Yeah.
I kind of started to wonder now, oh, okay. perhaps there was truth in what was said. But let's see how it unfolds.
Okay.
Mr. Fuzile, let's look at page 49, 049. 049. Are you on that page?
Yes.
Paragraph 22 on that page, you say that you remember calling Mr. Van Royan to speak to him and congratulate him. And I'm reading, during the call, I indicated to him that I was going to put him on speakerphone so that our head of communications, Ms. Pumza Matanda, could be part of the discussion, and I introduced her. I encouraged him to consider two things, okay? You said first to try and get to the department early, sometime before inauguration, which was at 11, so that he can meet Mr. Nene, and so that together they can address the staff. For outgoing Minister Nene to say goodbyes and so on. And then Minister designate to introduce himself and essentially calm them. And 22.2, you say, second, I asked him to seriously consider issuing a media statement as soon as possible, as he possibly could, possibly late after the inauguration. I was suggesting this because it was evident that the market reacting adversely to the untimely removal of Mr. Nene, 18 months into his first term. They now anticipated an imminent breakdown in the fiscal discipline, procurement of nuclear, and the weakening of treasury. Do you see what I've just read there?
Yes.
Do you agree that I've read it correctly?
Yes.
All right. Now, where I'm coming to is paragraph 23. You say he turned down both these suggestions. On the contrary, he sternly told me that our officials of treasury tendency to issue statements has come to an end. Do you confirm that that's what you said?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want us to look at paragraph 9 of what Ms. Matanda said about what the minister said. And this is going to be...
Where we will find that.
This is where we go to the...
Yeah. Just tell me what's written on the spine of the file.
Okay, just 1 second. Paragraph 9 is on page 26.
Tell me what's written on the spine of the file first. On the spine of the file. Here. Tell me what's written here.
Sure, you know what I have doesn't have anything like that.
It doesn't have. Well, Mr. Halim, look at counsel behind you is helping you. On your left, that is helping you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just tell me what's written on the back, on the spine.
It's exhibit PA in brackets.
Is it written advisors to or what? On the spine, on the spine.
Okay, on the outside.
On the spine.
Mr. Chair, if I could be of some assistance.
Yes.
What my learned friend is referring to is an historical document. So in other words, it's what Mr. Fuzil testified to, which was PA. In this case, it forms part of exhibit PB. So on your spine, Mr. Chair, it should refer to PA and B.
Oh.
Understand that's how it was compiled in the past.
Okay, so it's with the file written exhibit PA on the spine. Okay, Mr. Fuzil, have you got that file?
I think I've got it.
Yes.
Deputy Chief Justice.
Okay.
Exhibit
Yes. Yeah, that's the one. And what is the page number?
It's page 26.
26.
Yeah, 26. Yeah. right, are we all there?
Are you referring, there are two 26s. The one is written with a marker and the other one is typed.
Yeah, there is the bigger letters, which is, I think is the marker one.
Oh, okay. Where there is a table or something. Flexible remuneration package.
My file, DCJ, looks exactly like yours.
It's like mine, okay.
It's got the table of salary scale,
Yes,
31st March 2015
yeah.
and 1st April 2015.
So our page 26 written with a marker,
Okay.
Mr.
Just to
Matiba.
make use of the time.
Yes.
I also, by the way, had sent Mr. Van Royan a couple of SMSs. In one of them, I was congratulating him. In another one, and I was saying to him exactly what is contained in this statement. I'm sure you would have seen it, Mr. Matiba, in which I was saying to him, I would urge him to come to the
Chair,
department.
and if I can just interject briefly, it seems that the witness's voice is not being captured on the microphone. If you can just bring it closer to his mouth.
Is that so?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So I was just making the point to make use of the time, because we've got
Yes.
an hour to go through this.
Yes.
But I thought it's a valuable data point. I sent Mr. Royan a couple of messages. One of them the night before.
Yeah.
I sent him a message congratulating at about 10 or so that
Yeah.
evening. That's material, actually. And that's what I would normally do after hearing a minister being announced.
Yes.
Find his telephone number and then call him or
Yes.
SMS him. Secondly, I did say to him that it would be good if he comes to the department. I think this one, I may have sent it in the morning of the swearing-in day, the 10th. Where I said to him, it would be good if he comes to the department to say his goodbyes, and Mr. Matipa has repeated this. But very importantly, I said to him, to also just talk a couple of things that relate to unfinished business of the Treasury.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Mr. Matiba, maybe I should say this. You know, sometimes it's good to look for the right page.
Yes.
But sometimes you find that if you just ask the question, the witness would answer it even without
maybe there's
looking,
no need, yeah,
without
because-
looking at the page. If he wants to look at the page, then he can be given that chance.
Okay.
You might find that if you ask him the
Yes.
question, he will answer.
But Chairman, I know you run the show here.
But-
Yeah.
I would prefer that when reference is made to something that I wrote or
Yeah.
said,
Yes.
I must be directed to it.
Okay,
Because
okay.
I don't want it to be interpreted.
That's fair
I
enough.
wrote it, I took the
Yes.
trouble to write it.
Yeah.
I said it.
Yeah.
So there is a record of it.
No,
I will insist on that.
that's fine. That's why I said you might be able to answer without needing to look, but if you want to look, certainly.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So, okay, at this stage.
Well, I can say we had a witness a few weeks ago, I think Mr. Ntlego, the former minister, who was saying to Mr. Hali, effectively, ask the question, I'll be able to answer.
Right.
Without looking.
Yes.
So, okay, all right, continue.
Yes. So I'm referring to page 26 of that. Are we on the same page?
No, we
And-
aren't. But
yeah.
we said to you, we
And
are
this is-
not on the page because your 26 is different from ours.
Okay. So, okay.
I mean, none of us are on that page.
Yeah, no, Mr. Fuzil and I are on the same page.
Okay.
Well, tell us your
Okay, let's look at the statement of Matanda.
Yeah,
Yeah, because the file that I was given by my colleague here is also the same as mine.
yeah,
So
no,
it's the
no,
same page.
no, page 26 on my one, and I think
Okay.
on Mr. Fuzil's one, doesn't have Ms. Matanda's one.
Doesn't
So
have-
it can't be the right file. The file that we have is written on the spine, that is at the back of the file, Exhibit PA, then says Statement of Lungisa Fuzile, then says Exhibit PB, then it says Application for Condonation, Riri Fuzile Lungisa, and Pumza Makanda, or Makanda. It might be much towards the end. Mr. Hali, are you
Mr.
able to help?
Chairperson, sorry if I can be of assistance. My learned friend has got to refer to the specific divider that he's dealing with. In this case, it happens to be part of PB, so it's part of Exhibit PB, and it's on page 26 of that bundle. The document that you're referring to, Mr. Chairperson, is part of PA, Exhibit PA.
Yeah, I've now found Ms. Makanda's statement.
And what page did you find it on, Mr.?
There is a divider on my file, which is, I think the person was writing PC. TCJ.
well,
There's a divider in the file,
I don't
right
have-
in the middle, kind of.
I don't have a divider written PC. I've got only PA and PB.
Sorry, maybe I was reading, I mean, look, the person's handwriting is quite, I think it's PB. It's PB, it is
PB.
PB, yeah. But the
Okay, under
handwriting is,
PB, what page have you got?
like a row. That PB, yes, then that's where the statement of Ms. Makanda starts, actually.
Well, I've got,
You flip.
I've got a
there's,
notice of motion on page 1.
Just past that, then there's a statement. After that.
Then
notice
I've
of
got, the next affidavit I've got is that of Mr. Mabunda on page
past
9.
that, DCJ. Keep going, you're getting there.
Yes, the page where I am is 26.
Mr. Fuzil, is your page also 26?
I do see a 26 before me, but when Mr. Matipa maybe goes through the contents, I might realize that I'm on another 26. But let's see.
Okay, but we just need to be the same page.
Oh, okay. I have found it, but on mine, it is on page 23.
Okay, okay, mine is 26.
This is,
But okay, where it starts is 23, I think, but
this is not satisfactory.
yeah, but sorry about.
I think you'll just have to refer to paragraph numbers.
Okay, paragraph 9, Mr. Fuzil, I want to refer you to paragraph 9 of Ms. Makanda's message. I think just before I go to 9, the previous paragraph, the last sentence of it says, the DG asked the minister if treasury officials could draft a statement for the minister's approval. Then 9 says the minister told the DG that a statement had already been drafted and that there was no need for him to worry about that. The minister said he would provide the DG with a statement later. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. But you see, Mr. Fuzil, that this is different from what you said was the minister's response, Minister Van Royan's response.
You mean what was said by Ms. Makanda is different from what was said by me?
Yes.
In what respect?
First, you say the minister rejected both suggestions and said this thing of drafting statements must come to an end. That's what you say.
And I stand by that.
Yes, but you see that there's a difference. That's all I'm asking.
I'm sorry. I am at paragraph 9. Just indicate,
Yes.
Mr. Matipa, what is different and different from what, so I can follow the question.
All right.
Paragraph 9 says the minister, that is Ms. Makanda talking,
Yes.
the minister told the DG that a statement had already been drafted.
Yes.
And that there was no need for him to worry about that.
Yes.
That's one. The minister said he would provide the DG with the statement later. Both the DG and I were puzzled and wondered who would have drafted such a statement, from where and how. This was surprising because the Treasury, under the direction of the Finance Minister, was the only institution with the authority to prepare a statement on behalf of the Minister of Finance, the DG or DDGs. We did not respond to this, but indicated we would meet the minister at the swearing-in ceremony. Now, do you want to specify?
Okay. Let me refer back to paragraph 23, which is on page 49, 049 of Mr. Fuzil's statement.
Just read what it says.
It reads, he turned down both suggestions The suggestions are contained in paragraph 22.1 and paragraph 22.2.
Yes.
He turned down both suggestions. On the contrary, he sternly told me that our, in brackets, officials of Treasury, tendency to issue statements has to come to an end. Ms. Matanda was on speakerphone with Mr. Fuzil when Mr. Van Royan, when they communicated with Mr. Van Royan. But her response in paragraph 9 says the minister told the DG that a statement had already been drafted. And that there was no need for him to worry about that.
Yes, do you want to put to Mr. Fuzile what your
So my question
understanding is of that and say whether...
Yeah, I said, do you see that there's a difference between what you said the minister said and what she said the minister said?
I suggest,
what is
I'm
the
sorry,
difference in
I'm sorry,
substance?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fuzile.
Sorry, okay.
I suggest, Mr. Mutipe, you put to Mr. Fuzile that what Ms. Makanda is saying is different from his evidence in respect of A and B, and let him comment on that.
Yes. Do you see that there's a difference?
No, I don't.
Now, put to him what the difference is.
Okay.
On your understanding of what Ms. Makanda says at paragraph 9.
Show me the difference.
The first difference is this. You say your suggestion, let's take one suggestion. Your suggestion that the minister should prepare a statement, that there was a need for prepare a statement, was rejected outright. You said that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Makanda says, the minister said, I've already prepared a statement.
No, I don't know why you choose to do that. The essence of what I was saying to the minister was, we, the people, within the protocols of what we normally follow, of issuing a statement as a department, for which there is a turned down. He is not saying that he agreed that we should do the statement. She even says, we were surprised because under the direction of the Minister of Finance, we were the only ones who normally do this statement.
When he met you at National Treasury, he told you that Mr. Bobat was going to be special advisor. Is that true? Is that not true?
At the Treasury.
At some stage at the Treasury.
At some stage.
Yeah.
When we were in the minister's office, he seated with the three gentlemen. He then said that this is Mohammed Bobat, he's going to be the chief of staff. And the one sort of, he said, no, advisor.
Yes.
Right. And by the way, that's not the biggest issue for me, that confusion. And you asked me on the day, right? But it was just puzzling. But they corrected each other. And then from then on, I understood Mohammed Bobat was going to be the advisor, Ian Whitley, the chief of staff.
So is the position
This is now on Friday, the 11th.
The 11th.
I thought he was asking about the union buildings, was he did mention union buildings this. At the union buildings where we first met on the 10th, Mr. Bobat introduced himself to me, not Mr. Van Royan.
So your evidence is that Mr. Van Royan initially said Mr. Bobat was going to be his chief of staff.
Yes.
And Mr. Bobat corrected him
Yes.
and said advisor or special advisor. And Mr. Van Royan, after that, the conversation proceeded on the basis that Mr. Bobat would be his special advisor. Okay, so he did say, even though there might have been some confusion. Yeah, okay.
Okay, but I think just to clarify, the position of my client is, Mr. Van Royan, is that he told you after his inauguration at the union buildings that this man, Mr. Bobat, is going to be my special advisor. Please expedite the process of his appointment. That's what you deny, right?
I deny that.
Okay. I want us to move further.
Just 1 second, Mr. Machip. You have exhausted an hour. I will give you some more time.
Please.
I'll give you 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
Try
Okay.
and
Now,
deal with the important issues for your client.
Yes.
Thank you.
In paragraph 49 of your statement, Mr. Fuzil, it is on, let me just check the page. Let's just go back to Mr. Fuzil's statement.
You'll have to remind us where that is.
Yeah.
Because there are a few of them, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm just going to get.
Well, there is one that that starts at page 46.
Right, it's page, is page, just 1 second. On the black number, it is page 057.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay, I'm just looking at paragraph 49 of that.
I think Mr. Fuzil is still looking for the page.
Okay, it's your statement, Mr. Fuzil. Yeah. Mr. Fuzil, in this paragraph, you say, Mr. Van Royan instructed me to expedite the process of formalizing the appointment of Mr. Bobert and Mr. Ian Wheatley as advisor and chief of staff respectively. Right, am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, but the difference though is that when you went to testify at the commission, you then said he confused their position in his very office. But in your statement, the only time you say that Mr. Van Royan confused the positions of the two people was at the meeting with the executive management.
The point then being,
You didn't tell the commission the truth, that's what I'm saying. No. Because nothing happened, it did not confuse them.
no, I thought the most material thing you would have tried to deal with, but it's fine, I can't tell you, is the fact that he hadn't followed due process to appoint them. That is the material thing, rather than he confused their names, to be honest with you. I thought the process
Okay,
like
but
this,
what I'm saying is that you lied to the commission when you said, in his office, he confused their positions.
he may have confused them again in the place, and I may not have mentioned it in my statement. Does it make it a lie? Simply because I don't repeat it.
I put it to you that is a lie, because in paragraph 49,
okay.
if you had confused it, you would have said it in paragraph 49.
I deny that simply
Okay.
because I don't repeat it, that he confused them, it makes it a lie.
Okay. After Mr. Van Royan had introduced Mr. Bobert, according to your version, he asked you to expedite the process of their appointment, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said in your statement, I don't want to waste time to refer to it, that you regard yourself as the chief advisor to the minister. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at those stage, Mr. Fuzile, did you say to the minister, you are not entitled to appoint these people. You are not entitled, no, these people are not supposed to work until I've formalized all the processes. You never said that to him. You agree? Do you agree or don't you agree?
I didn't know that the minister doesn't know that people don't work without a contract. And I did twice, I reminded them that there is a ministerial handbook. Twice, a minimum twice that I remember. First in the office when I met Mr. Van Royan with the 3 guys, and second in the boardroom with the executive. And when I said that, I was suggesting that, and I even went further, by the way, to say, please familiarize yourselves with what the Ministerial Handbook says and allows, so that from now onward, our engagement would be on the same rules. And you don't consider that to be advice to him in your world. When I say to him, the rule book for what you are wanting to do is this, please read it. And Ian Whitley confirms that in his own statement. So you missed that. Are you saying that it was not sufficient? Of course, I wasn't there when he met them at Melrose Arch, so I couldn't advise him not to bring them to the Treasury. They were already there now. So we had to deal with the fact that he had committed an egregious violation of the rules to bring people into a department and give them access to everything before they had formalized contracts. And I said to him, familiarize yourself with the rule book if you want to do this. And you say that that's not advice.
Mr. Fuzil, I'm going to ask you questions. Don't ask me questions.
Okay, ask it.
Yes, I'm putting the following statements to you. First, you are the chief advisor to the minister.
Yes.
Second, you agreed to expedite the appointment of the special advisor and chief of staff, right?
Yes.
You did not say to the minister, they cannot assume duty until I've finished expediting the process. Do you agree?
What you are missing is that I referred him to the book that sets out the rules that govern that.
Yes. No, I hear that. I'm just asking you the
If
question.
you are asking me for something and I say to you, the Public Finance Management Act will help you understand this, are you saying that that's not advice in your world? When I refer you to the rule book that sets out how you do what you want to do,
Mr. Fuzil, there is a
I
reason.
consider that to be advice. To direct your question, I did advise him. I said he must read the rule book and then we can proceed with the process.
Mr. Fuzil.
And it's confirmed by the people he brought. So I'm saying to you, your question is misplaced.
Mr. Fuzil, you went on to give access cards, laptops to Mr. Bobat and Mr. Fuzil, sorry, Mr. Whitley. Am I correct?
No, I never gave it. Where do you get that?
No, your department.
No, I said to the people who normally do that, do the process, and I didn't prescribe a sequence to them. They knew the sequence.
Yes.
They knew the sequence. I said to them, do what is normally done.
Yes. Yes.
So why do you have problems?
That's all I mean. I mean,
why do you seem to have
why did you give the instruction?
Hang on, Mr. Fuzil, let's just answer the questions.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Machida.
Why did you give Mr. Standim Gomezulu the instruction to onboard these people while you knew that it was unlawful to do it?
No. There was nothing unlawful about appointing advisors. Lest you confuse me if you are confused. That's not the contention. The contention is that he caused them to start working before they had contracts, before the processes that are prescribed in the rules had been followed. That is the contention. Doing it later on does not reverse it.
So
it just regularizes it from that point on.
So you are saying it was unprocedural, or it would have been unprocedural for him to let them start doing anything until there was the process of, so to speak, onboarding them had been completed. Is that what you are saying?
You can use many adjectives, DCJ, to characterize it.
Yes.
Unprocedural, illegal, egregious. Because where you then see the value of going through the right process is when you go and see the specimen of the contract that I provided the commission with, which then conscientizes both parties about the relationship they are entering into, how to treat information. Mr. Bobat knowing that I'm not there as Director General to receive instructions from him. And I'm saying, getting them to start to involve themselves in the affairs of the department, even before at the very lightest, if you are in a hurry, at least signing a contract with them was improper, grossly improper in my view. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I am not saying that the minister, in terms of the handbook, does not have the authority to appoint advisors, and he was not allowed to. That's not the contention. The contention is when he arrived with them at the department, they had no contracts. And they carried on, started working without a contract. Interacted with people without a contract. You will see the specimen that I gave you also deals with the issue of information, treating the information of the department. Which is quite material because these
I'm
guys,
gonna
when
come
they
to that,
received the information, they started to distribute it. Now, when you don't have the contract, you've got nothing against which to hold them. Why is that simple thing not so obvious to you?
No. Mr. Fuzil, just answer the
Fuzil,
questions he's going to put.
You were the chief advisor to Minister Van Royan.
I agree.
At no stage did you say to him, these people cannot work until they've signed a contract. Do you agree with that?
I disagree with you. I say to you, I refer to him to the handbook.
No, you're not answering the question. At no stage did you say to him, they cannot work until they've signed a contract. Am I right or wrong?
When I refer him to the document that says an advisor must have a contract, my hope was that he would read it and understand, because it's written in simple English, and understand that they need to have contracts.
Is it correct, therefore, that you didn't say that to him? You didn't say to him, your special advisor and your chief of staff can't start working until they have signed a contract. Is it correct that you didn't say that, at least expressly?
Not in those words.
Yes.
And if you wish that I say it in your words, CJ, or his words, then I didn't say it.
No, yes,
But
yes.
let me just say
But what
this.
you can say
Yes.
is whether in the discussion you had with the minister, that was implied, if it was implied, or that was or he was going to get that in the handbook or whatever. But it's important to make the point that you did not say it to him expressly, if that is the position.
I did not say it to him in the way in which the two of you say it.
Yes. Just repeat the way in which
But I said
you say.
two things to him.
Yeah.
One, I referred him to the book. And two, second time when I referred him to the book, I said, please, gentlemen, here we do things according to the rules. That's contained in my statement, is contained in Ms. Makanda's statement. I don't know about Mr. Mukhajan, if I remember it very well.
Yeah.
Now, it could be that maybe if I didn't say it in the words in which the learned people like yourself say it, it didn't seem to be said. But if you read the handbook, cover to cover on the appointment of advisors, it states everything.
Okay.
And in that way, I had directed them to where they must find the rules that would govern what they wanted to do, which they had started to do without any reference to the rules, by the way.
Okay, all right. Mr. Matipu?
Mr. Fuzil,
The 15 minutes is expired. I give you 5 minutes injury time.
oh, sorry. I'm just going to deal with just the last statement on this aspect. Mr. Fuzil, Mr. Van Royan left before the appointment was done. You agree? Of these people. In other words, you were in the process of formalizing the appointment, and by the time he left, they had not yet been appointed.
That's probably correct.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 69 of your statement, just to save time, I'm not going to read it. You deal with the issue of what you call leaked of classified information. And there are emails that you attach, right? And those emails show that the document called Economic Outlook was sent by you to Mr. Ian Whitley and somebody called Marlon Gasbent, I think. You agree with that?
Yeah.
And then, now, are you familiar with the classification of documents?
Yes.
You know about classifications like top secret, secret, confidential, restricted? What classification did this document have?
It was actually headed for cabinet, and it was going to be classified as top secret. If you are requiring the stamping of top secret. But
Yes.
anyone who has undergone the security clearance process, who works at a ministry, who has signed a contract, would know that the moment you start typing the first letter on a document, if it's intended for cabinet, it is going to carry the top secret classification. On a rare occasion that it doesn't. So the fact that at the time it may not have been stamped top secret is neither here nor there.
But do you agree that the document was not classified?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, I want to put this to you. This document was a document that was still at the level of seeking inputs on it. Do you agree?
No. From outsiders?
From anybody.
No, not from anybody, man. Where have you seen that? Where have you seen government seeking input from anyone in the street?
Mr. Fuzil, you yourself testified before this commission
That?
that the public is often engaged to seek their inputs into documents.
Show me where I say that.
But don't you remember saying
No,
that?
I'm saying show me where I say
No,
that.
I'm asking
There's
whether
a
you remember or
transcript, I
not.
don't remember it.
Because I don't want to waste time.
I
want-
don't remember it.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, let's leave that, but let's go to the document itself.
So let's leave it on the understanding that we never sought inputs from anyone, right? We sought inputs from people who had something to do with the department, not
Okay.
on a document that's written that's going to cabinet. You send it
Yes.
to outsiders. It's never done, not at the treasury.
Okay. Mr. Fuzile,
This was the first.
when you testified before the commission, Mr. Malega asked you to show on that document, because you said if this document can get into the hands of, we use the word astute business person. They will use, they can use the opportunities to get advantage over others, right? You referred, I want to refer just on that file that we're dealing with, page 093. 093. 093.
Yeah.
There is a third bullet that you dealt with on that page. Are you on that page?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here is the third bullet that you dealt with when Mr. Malega asked you to show, to look at the document itself and to point out. You dealt with third bullet, which says state-owned enterprises are championing African infrastructure development, such as Transnet Maputo Corridor, launched in September 2014. You remember that you referred to that?
Yeah.
Do you see that the paragraph you referred to refers to a project that was launched in September 2014? Do you see that?
No, I don't see it.
No, it's written launched in September 2014. Do you see that?
You are on page 0?
Or page 093.
Okay. I was wondering.
Sorry, I think we're on the wrong page.
No,
Page 093.
I was wondering.
Do you see that?
Vakabiki. Yeah, 093?
Yeah, you referred specifically to state-owned.
Yes.
Yeah, state-owned enterprises are championing
Yes,
African
I see.
infrastructure. And then it refers to Transnet. And you said that a person who gets this information can have an advantage of beginning to approach this, for example, Transnet, right? So what I'm saying to you is, do you see that the document itself was launched the project was launched in September 2014?
I see that.
Yeah,
What's your point?
that tells you that when this document was shared in December 2015, there's no way that based on this information could give anybody an unfair advantage to anyone.
Are you suggesting that the document was simply because it makes reference to a 2014 matter on that bullet, then the document was old history, it was not relevant?
Mr. Fuzil, I'm referring you to what you yourself said.
No, the point I made, and I'll make it again, is that this document, plus any other document that the people had access to, or were soon to have access to, are such that a person who gets them beforehand, if he's a business person, can position themselves to benefit, right? That's the general point. Now, you can take one bullet and refer to 2014 and sort of say it was old and stuff like that. It doesn't matter, by the way. It was continuing. The reason we're referring to it here, it may have started in 2014, but phases of it were continuing.
Yes, but I put it to you that that is not true. Because this document, as it is, there's nothing sensitive about it.
Well, Mr. Mothipe, is Mr. Van Royan going to say the document was not, is he going to say the document was meant for everybody and anybody, including people who are outside of National Treasury and people who are outside of government? Is that going to be his version? Is he going to say it was proper?
Yes, definitely. Yes, he has already said that in his statement.
Yes. So
That this was a document that could be used to solicit inputs from people. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with Mr. Bobart having emailed it to anybody for their inputs.
And to that, I would say then, thanks God that he didn't stay long at the Treasury. Because we would have had a serious problem with a minister who seeks opinions from people in the street about taxes, about what's to be done by government on a state-owned entity and stuff like that. Honestly, I would have fundamental problem. I mean, just to illustrate, DCJ, the seriousness of these matters. Certain tax proposals are walked into cabinet. Even cabinet ministers do not have the luxury to receive a copy of a cabinet memorandum as per the rules before they walk into cabinet. And today I am told that a document that is going to cabinet, you can solicit views from everyone. And I say, God save South Africa.
Mr. Fuzil, it is not true that this document was a cabinet document. You have accepted yourself that this document was not classified.
This document was a cabinet document. It may not have been labeled with the classification that you say. There is an email attached to this document, which comes from a Yolande of our department, who was guiding how we should write the document in response to Minister Nkwinti. I don't know what you're talking about.
And
I'm saying the document was going
just
to
the
cabinet.
last,
Cabinet
Okay,
documents
Mr.
are classified.
the last thing to say,
We are at 1 o'clock, so I won't
Thanks.
allow you to go beyond that. I've been more than fair.
just the last statement.
Yes.
To prove that this document was not a classified document, you sent it to Mr. Whitley, knowing that he didn't have security clearance. And nowhere in your email did you say, please note that this document is confidential, or say anything like that. You simply sent the document as it is.
Do you want to respond to that, and that would be the last?
No, I mean, what the point he has made, DCJ, kind of confirms the awkwardness of the time we're operating in. When you have got people who don't have sufficient consciousness about the rules and the responsibility that goes with the positions that they are assigned to. Here we had people who had no contracts, whom we barely knew, whom in our hearts of hearts, we felt actually the person who brought them might not even know them that well himself, but we had to work with them because he had brought them. You can't say to the minister, because you have brought dubious people here, we won't work with you. Of course, true to form, why was he removed? It is partly because people realized that what had happened was egregious that weekend. And it needed to be stopped on its tracks. Now, time will tell whether I'm correct or not.
No, thank you, Mr. Fuzil.
I'll
Thank you,
leave it
Mr.
there,
Chair. Yes, no, thank you very much.
Am I done now?
You are done, you are excused.
This means I can go home and do my
You
work.
can go home now and do your work. We are going to adjourn for lunch and then resume at 2 o'clock for Mr. Van Royen to take the witness stand. We adjourn. Mr. Van Rooyen, how much time would you ask for to make
Plus
that?
minus 10 minutes, Chairperson.
Okay, no, that's fine. You may do so immediately. You may make your statement immediately.
Ke a leboga, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe let me start, Chairperson, by pointing out that the evidence against me was presented sometime in November 2018. It's almost 2 years that I finally have an opportunity to present my side of the story, and of course, to answer questions that the Commission has for me. This means that for 2 years, Chairperson, I've not been able to present information to the Commission, of course, information that could mitigate the adverse reports that followed the evidence of those that implicated me in state capture and corruption. Chairperson, I'm however grateful for today, not because that my name, which has been tarnished unfairly through this process, will finally get reprieve, but because I regard it as my duty to present whatever information I have to the Commission, for it to hopefully find the right balance in its findings. I also thank the Commission, Chairperson, for allowing my legal representatives to cross-examine Mr. Fuzil, who presented his evidence implicating me in some wrongdoing, albeit the time was just too short. The right to procedural fairness is an important constitutional right and shall be practiced by all and sundry. The credibility, Chairperson, of the Commission depends entirely on how its processes have complied with this important constitutional guaranteed right. The decision to hear my story is far different from a prejudicial decision taken by the former public protector, Mrs. Thuli Madonsela. When she published her report, that report we all know is a precursor to the establishment of this commission, without giving me a chance to respond to adverse findings that implicated me in some wrongdoing. Compounding this, Chairperson, was the fact that all this happened after Mr. Madonsela herself assured me that, Mrs. Madonsela herself assured me that her report made no adverse findings, did not express a point of view, and did not make recommendations involving any allegations concerning me, and that if there was such a report that implicated me, my procedural rights under the Constitution, the PAJA, as well as the Public Protector Act will be respected. Chairperson, I'm here today, and I can assure to you that that assurance was never kept. Instead, she relied on a media article about a cell phone tower record on my cell number to implicate me in this serious allegation of state capture and corruption, without giving me a chance to respond. Chairperson, I think it's important for me to emphasize the above point because already the so-called court of public opinion had long concluded and issued a verdict that myself and anyone associated with His Excellency President Zuma are corrupt, and for those corrupt reasons allowed private interest to capture our democratic state and its institutions to advance corrupt motives. All this happened because of this expeditiously compiled report by a former public protector. It is interesting, Chairperson, but not surprising, to note that at the center of this court of public opinion is a political narrative that is driven by a biased white-owned media controlled by white capital. This is the same white capital, if we are to be remembered. If we are to remember, this is the same white capital that acquired its control over the economic resources of our country through the cruel exploitation of the blood and sweat of the black people during the era of the evil system of apartheid. Chairperson, this is the same white capital in the mid-80s that smelled the coffee of the coming liberation, and with cunning schemes, smartly dumped the apartheid government which they had created, nurtured and used for its exploitative and greedy pursuit to recruit and form new alliances with the neoliberals factions within our ranks. We should remember that time, Chair, the ANC was regarded by all as the government in waiting. All this created an opportunity for this white capital to continue shaping the public policy of our democratic state in a manner that protected and advanced their own selfish socio-economic and political interests. Chairperson, please, let South Africans not be fooled. The socio-economic and political interest of white capital is not to boldly address inequalities, poverty, and growth as they continuously claim in their own media. Their interests remain and will continue to be accumulation of unjustified profits through the exploitation of our people and the nation's resource. That is why, since the advent of our new democracy, the gap between the rich and the poor continues to increase to dangerous levels. Our revolutionary reconstruction and development plan policy framework, which was our policy framework, was abandoned, Chairperson, to pursue neoliberal policies that are not aimed at ensuring real structural changes to the racialized patterns of our economic ownership and control. The gap of poverty continues to widen, with the rich and privileged becoming more richer and more privileged. The poor continue to get poorer, and there is currently no hope for them. Even the revolutionary demands of our constitutions are not met, because this important legal instrument has been hijacked to largely entrench interest of white monopoly capital, instead of going down our own resolution that we took before. We might want to downplay this, Chairperson, because of the strong media influence on our perceptions. But the reality is that white capital, which created the apartheid era, was strong under it. It is enmeshed and it is entangled in our new democratic government system and works with some among us and works with established global financial market role players to continue with their exploitative wealth over-accumulation program at the expense of our own developmental priorities enshrined in our national development plan. It is important to underscore the fact that this evil alliance does not act alone. They have definitely selectively co-opted some among us. It is for this reason, Chairperson, that I support the call for the expansion of this commission terms of reference, because I think inter alia, this will accord this commission an opportunity to investigate the relationship of white capital with our new democratic state. Accommodating this definitely will shed some much needed light on a plethora of questions and perceptions about our democratic state and its relationship with private interest. I just want to cite some few examples. Example like why out of all ministers or ministries decided out of our negotiated settlement, the National Treasury, an important ministry, needed to immediately deal with revenue generation and resources distribution, was assigned to a certain Chris Liebenberg, a former Nedbank and Nedco executive. Why at its infancy stage, our government revenue was allowed to be shrunk, adopting unjustified economic measures like what they did, the drastic, or maybe what we did, the drastic reduction of corporate tax rate, allowing wealthy white South Africans and their companies to move apartheid-earned capital to offshore side. Why did we allow companies like Lonmin, MTN, and Shanduga financially offshoring to zero tax havens? Government of National Unity was allowed to sign general agreement on tariffs and trade on adverse terms, leading to a drastic fall on custom tariffs and tariffs revenue that we need for our development agenda.
Mr.
Why,
Chairperson,
Chairperson,
sorry if I
our
might just
domestically...
Sorry.
without being rude towards Mr. van Royan, it has been 13 minutes that he's been speaking. He asked for 10 minutes. I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be.
No, leave it to me. I'll give him some more time.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Chair.
may continue, Mr. Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Why our domestically and democratically developed policy framework of reconstruction and development program, RDP, which was a product of extensive consultations. I know the previous witness indicated that we don't have business of engaging our people. This is a document that was developed by the people. Why this document was abruptly supplanted by something that was developed in London or in Washington called the Growth, Employment and Redistribution Gear. I mean, despite all its promises, or when it was introduced, we were promised of growth rates, we were promised of employment, we were promised of redistribution. We are still waiting. Our people are having it tough. Why this new democratic government, Chairperson, allow a foreigner by the name of Colin Andrews, former South African Airways CEO, to sell 61 of our airline aircraft to a private company and one bank to lease them from the same company at a cost of 1.46 billion per annum to our state. Money which was supposed to have been used to strengthen the current ailing national airline balance sheet. As if this was not enough, Chairperson, the same CEO was given a golden handshake of more than 200 million after spending only 2.5 years at the airline. Why, Chairperson, is it possible for a minister under our current democratic government in the name of Pravin Gordhan, who is a serving minister in our democratic and non-racial government, charged to overlook and obviously ensure that there is compliance in the department that is leading, the current department of...
In 5 minutes' time, it will be double the time you asked for. So
Correct.
Yeah, I think you can try to wrap
Why
up.
this minister is allowed to overlook and disregard competent and highly qualified black professionals, and in most instances replace them with less qualified individuals? Why is it possible, Chairperson, so easy for former National Treasury ministers and deputy ministers and senior National Treasury officials to be absorbed by financial institutions just immediately? It happens automatically. Immediately after they attend National Treasury, I mean, they are absorbed. I've coined this development what is called a revolving door phenomenon. Why is it so possible? Why is it so obvious? And we are not asking this question. I think if the terms of reference of this commission, Chairperson, are extended, definitely we'll get to understand why some of these things are happening. Why the leading party, the ruling party elective conference, private sector is so much in that conference. They pump in so much money in that conference just to make sure that their preferred candidate comes out of that. Is this not the science of state capture? But also, Chairperson, I'm more worried about this development of Nasrec, because there is a strong allegation that there were some members of our judiciary system who were involved in this particular process. Because there is an embargo to what called report, that we think at some stage will shed some more light. But I'm saying it will accord us an opportunity, Chairperson, to understand the relationship of private interest and our new democratic state. Lastly, Chairperson, after all this bad and malicious publicity about myself, I want to assure South Africans of my continued commitment to our far from over. Our struggle is not yet over. It's a say in the landlord for their full emancipation, including real economic empowerment. This is a commitment I made at an early age of my life, Chairperson, when it was not fashionable to do so. I gave up my youth days and academic opportunities and led from the front as a young activist and armed struggle operative. In all the positions I served, I must assure you, Chairperson, as a leader, I was democratically elected or assigned by my organization. I never and will never sell my soul to the highest bidder for me to be elected to a leadership position. And no amount of character assassination and intimidation is going to distract me from tackling real development challenges facing our country and our people. And Chair, the allegations made against me by Mr. Fuzil that I was deployed as a Minister of Finance to capture national treasury for nefarious agenda of feeding insatiable interests of private greedy interests is a political lie made by those afraid that national treasury is a national asset which has a duty to drive our collective agenda to develop our state beyond its current mediocrity, not an entity in, in isolation. This is a national treasury is like any other ministry, is the ministry of this government of the people, by the people. And I must indicate to yourself, Chairperson, that I stand by what I've said in my affidavits. And on the many aspects relevant to the terms of reference, save on one aspect, relating to the date on which I met His Excellency President Zuma before I was sworn in as the Minister of Finance. In my affidavit, the Chairperson, I said that I met the President on the 9th of December, 2015. In fact, it was on the 8th of December, 2015. I was assisted in this regard by my cell phone records, which were given to me sometime last year. Thank you again, Chairperson. I am now available to answer questions from the Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Royan. Thank you for coming to assist the Commission. And I must say that I've never had any complaint that you have not cooperated with the Commission. You applied for leave to cross-examine Mr. Fuzil, that was dealt with, and I think in your application you indicated that you would make yourself available. So this time has arrived. Mr. Halley, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Fuzil, just to commence with the affidavit that you filed before this commission, there have in fact been 3 affidavits, and I want to take you specifically to 2. If you would turn with me to Advisors 1 bundle, Mr. Chairperson.
Just check that it is the correct one, Mr. Van Rooyen, whether on the spine at the back is written Advisors 1.
Yes, I can confirm that,
Yeah,
this is the correct one.
And if you would turn with me, dear sir, to page
You have to
110.
raise your voice, Mr.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Speak closer to the mic. Yeah.
If you would turn with me, Mr. Van Rooyen, to page 110 of that bundle. Now, bear in mind that you've got to look at the top left numbering system.
Oh, not right. Okay.
The black numbers.
Correct.
110.
That is so, Mr. Chairperson.
I found it, Chair.
Thank you. And if you would then keep that page open, but turn with me to page 146 of the same document. That's your signature, is it?
Yes, that's my signature.
And this document is the statement that you provided to the Commission.
Yes, I am.
And in the statement, you address the allegations that were raised by Mr. Fuzil against you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Maybe you could confirm that its contents are true and correct, maybe save in regard to the matter of the date when you met Mr. Zuma, if that is contained in this statement.
I do confirm.
You do confirm. Thank you.
Now, if you could, for your benefit, and I'll take you through certain parts of your statement, and you're obviously at liberty, I'll ask you specific questions, but you're at liberty to supply, after answering the question, you're at liberty to actually supply certain detail or an explanation relevant to your answer. My understanding is that you were appointed on the 10th of December of 2015 as the Minister of Finance, but the announcement, or let me rephrase that, the swearing in took place on the 10th of December 2015, but the announcement took place on the 9th of December 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I understand correctly, based on the change that you've indicated, or the amendment that you've indicated this morning or today, you're saying that in fact you did not meet with the President on the 9th of December as indicated in your statement. You in fact met with him the day before, which would have been the 8th of December.
Correct.
And if you had met with the President on the day before that, that would have been the day before the announcement for the removal of Mr. Nene had been given. Would that be correct?
Correct.
So when the President spoke to you on the 8th, you're telling this tribunal that he had indicated to you his intention to remove Mr. Nene as the Minister of Finance. Is that correct?
May you please repeat your question?
So when the President, Mr. Zuma, spoke with you on the 8th of December, he would have told you at the same time that it was his intention to remove Mr. Nene as the Minister of Finance. Is that correct?
Correct. It's so obvious.
Now, that particular meeting that you had with the President, at what time of the day did it take place?
If my memory serves me well, Chairperson, the meeting took place in the evening. I can't remember the exact time, but it was in the evening.
Was it in the late evening, the early evening? Do you recall?
Yeah, maybe between 8 and 10.
Okay. Now, if we can just take a step back a little bit to understand how your appointment took place. If my recollection serves me correctly with regard to your statement, you had in fact been in Durban at the time when the President phoned you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was to request that you come up to Johannesburg to meet with him.
Yes, to be around Gauteng, not necessarily Johannesburg.
I see. And at the time you were in Durban on holiday, to understand that correctly,
Yes, I was with my family in Durban.
with your family.
Yes.
And you then flew back to Johannesburg in order to meet with the President at some stage on the 7th, 8th, or 9th, if I recall correctly, because at that stage when the President had contacted you, he hadn't indicated specifically which day he would meet with you.
That's correct.
Well, Mr. Ali, I think when you mean Gauteng, you say Johannesburg. And I think that's because quite a lot of people associate Gauteng with Johannesburg, even when somebody is going to Pretoria.
No, absolutely.
No, he emphasized that the President asked him to come to Gauteng. You
Thank
had
you,
said
Mr. Chair.
Johannesburg, so
No, absolutely. I think in his statement he says Gauteng as well.
yes, yes.
So forgive me if I keep mentioning Johannesburg. What I was referring to, or at least I thought I was referring to, was the flight back to Johannesburg.
Okay.
Now that flight, if I recall correctly, was on the 7th of December. Is that correct?
I have to check my statement, but I know it was. I think it was on the 7th of December. I'm not sure, but it's around that time. Because the request of the President was that I should be around Gauteng between the 7th any time from the 7th and the 9th.
Sure.
But I also I landed at OR Tambo Airport.
Pardon
I
me?
like that name, OR Tambo Airport.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. If you could speak into the mic.
I was saying I
And
landed.
face this side so I can, yes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes.
I think that's correct, Chair. I should be addressing the evidence leader through you. Sorry for that, Chair. But I was saying, I landed at OR Tambo Airport. Yes.
On the
I think
7th.
I wanted to emphasize that because
Yeah,
there is some resistance in acknowledging that we have renamed that airport.
yeah, okay.
Very well, and that was on the 7th of December of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would turn with me to page 125 of the same bundle. At paragraph 33 of that bundle, you mention at the foot of the page that on the 6th of December, while you were on holiday, you say, I received a call from the former President Zuma informing me that he wanted to see me between the 7th and the 10th of December of 2015 in Gauteng. You say you immediately abandoned your family holiday and you flew back to Gauteng on the 7th of December of 2015. Now, when you arrived in Johannesburg or in Gauteng, did you then contact the president or were you expecting a call from him?
I didn't contact the president. I expected a call from him. I think that was enough for him that he communicated with me on the 7th, on the 6th, in fact. So I was waiting for a call from him or from his office.
Sorry, your voice keeps fading away. If you wouldn't mind speaking into the microphone, sir.
I think he says he was waiting for a call from the former president. That's what you are saying.
Yes, yes.
After arriving in Johannesburg, you did not call the president, you waited for his call.
That was the instruction,
Yeah,
Chairperson.
okay.
That was the instruction, so I stick to the instruction.
Okay.
Now, now you say in your statement, if you continue, in the same paragraph, on the 9th of December 2015, I was called by a gentleman from the presidency requesting me to come to Mashlamba and Ndlovu presidential offices in Pretoria for a meeting with the former President Zuma. You say you arrived on the following page. I arrived at the meeting as scheduled. Now, if I understand correctly, what you said is that that particular meeting actually took place on the 8th of, in fact, took place on the 8th of December in the evening.
Correct, Chairperson, not on the 9th.
Now, this telephone call that you received from a gentleman in the presidency, what time was that call?
It was a landline call.
Pardon me?
It was a landline call. It was not from a
Yes,
cell
the
phone.
question is what time was the call?
For the time, I will be lying, Chair. I don't remember. I don't remember. I mean, the fact that I was called by the high office, truly speaking, a lot went through my mind. So I can't remember the specific time. I will be lying, Chair. I don't want to lie to the commission.
Now, I just want to understand, when you flew back to Johannesburg, you came back to Johannesburg on your own. You left your family in Durban, is that correct?
Yeah, hey, you know, it was not easy because we traveled collectively with my family, and we were not even flying. I think some flew, but I drove with my boys. So, yeah, so it was not easy.
So when you came back to Gauteng in response to the former president's call, did you drive together with some members of your family?
No, Chair, I flew back.
You flew?
Because I didn't want to disturb. That's one thing that I don't want. I don't want to involve my family in some of these things. So
Okay.
I left them to continue enjoying the holiday.
Or did you drive to go to Durban?
Some members of the
with
family.
the family?
Yeah, because it's a family and an extended family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so some
okay.
flew,
Some flew,
and I drove
okay.
with my boys.
Oh.
I mean, my wife took the girls and they
Yes,
flew. Yeah.
okay.
And when you got back to Johannesburg, you got to the airport. How did you travel from your airport to wherever your destination was from that point? Did you take a taxi? Did you take a shuttle? Did somebody pick you up? How did you get to your destination?
We left one of the cars there. Remember, those who flew, my wife had to drive and left the car there. So I used the car that we left at the airport.
Okay, so you had a vehicle at the airport.
Yes, I had a vehicle at OR
And whose
Tambo
vehicle was
Airport.
that?
Sorry?
Do you recall whose vehicle that was?
That's my family vehicle.
What vehicle was it?
I think we left the Prado there. We drove with a buggy.
It was a bakkie.
No, I think it was a Prado.
A which?
A Prado,
A Prado.
yes.
Okay, do you recall the registration number of the Prado?
Oh,
Just
I
off the
have to
top of
check-
your
I
head.
have to check my phone. Yeah, you know, the cars, I don't memorize the registration, but I have to check them. I can provide that information to the Commission. It's not a
Yeah,
secret.
you can provide it
It's
in
not a
due
secret,
course.
And then where did you travel to from that point? So you, you alight from the airplane, you then go over to your bakkie, your Prado. You get into the Prado, and where do you go to at that point in time?
I think if my memory serves me well, Chairperson, because I can't remember step by step what happened after I've landed, but I think if my memory serves me well, I went home
Okay.
And home would be where?
in the Johannesburg South, the side of
Johannesburg
work.
South. Oh,
That's where my
okay.
residence, yes.
Okay.
Now, presumably, if I understand correctly from the sequence of events in your affidavit, presumably at that stage when the president had invited you to come or asked you to come back to Gauteng in order to meet with you either the 7th, 8th, or 9th of December, you had some idea or some inkling of what the purpose of this discussion was.
To be honest, because I had meetings before, as I've indicated in my affidavit, with the president around various issues. So I knew around that time that there are some rumors about reshuffling and that. So, you know, when you are called by the High Office and then there are such developments taking place in the country, there's no way in which you can think of, am I maybe called to be assigned? Or am I maybe called, you know, you don't know, but definitely I had my own suspicions, you know.
But when you say you had suspicions, you knew that there was a possibility that you were going to be reassigned.
Yes, that's
But-
what I've just said, because around that time, Chairperson, obviously there was a rumor about cabinet reshuffling and all that. So, you know, that was one of the things that came to my mind.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So on the 6th of December, when you get invited or you get asked to come back to Gauteng, you already immediately, you are aware that there's likely to be a cabinet reshuffle. And the first thing that, or one of the things that comes to mind at any rate, whether it be the first or otherwise, is that you're likely to be redeployed into a cabinet position, correct?
Not correct. I've
Not
never
correct.
said it was the first thing. I thought of
Sorry, I
many
corrected
things,
that. I said first or otherwise.
Oh, yeah, he corrected himself.
or first or otherwise.
Yeah.
Correct. And then I agree.
And in fact, you had already given the president your CV at that stage, if I recall correctly.
Correct. In one of the meetings that happened before. But the CV, if the president says, we request your CV, doesn't imply then you are going to be deployed as a minister. No. You might be deployed as an ambassador, you might be reassigned to do any other thing. That's the
Yes.
nature of our organization, you know?
Yes.
Yes.
So, I think your statement says it was on the 30th of November 2015 when you were called by the presidency and you were invited to submit your CV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you
Chair.
submitted your CV on that date?
Yes, because I was in Parliament.
Yes,
So it was
yes,
easy for me just to go to my office and print my CV.
yes.
you know,
No,
yes.
that's fine.
Okay. But it happened, Chair, let me just indicate, paragraphs before that
Yeah.
indicates that there were other meetings
Yes,
that had to do with my work in Parliament,
yeah,
where I was to brief the president.
yes, yeah.
And just to get back to the conversation that you would have had with the president and some of the things that were going through your mind. You get the call from the president requiring you or requesting you to come back to Gauteng on the 6th of December. You know at that stage that you've already given the president your CV on the 30th of November. What goes through your mind, whether at that point or shortly after, is in light of the rumors that are circulating that there's going to be a cabinet reshuffle, you anticipate that you are going to be redeployed. You do understand that part correct thus far?
Yes, I do understand, among other things.
And if I understand correctly, you anticipate that it may be a position in cabinet that you will be appointed to.
Among other things, I anticipated that.
Sure. And you also understand from the telephone call with the president that you should make yourself available anywhere between these three dates, the 7th, 8th, or 9th of December. Do you understand that correctly?
I do understand.
Now, during the course of that discussion with the president, does he indicate whether this particular issue is something of grave urgency? Does he give you any indication of what the nature of the meeting with him will be?
Over the phone?
Over the phone, yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Now, on the 8th of December of 2015, you've just returned now. You returned, in fact, on the 7th. What is the first thing you do the following day? That's now the 8th of December. What is the first thing you do?
On the 8th of December? I check with my office at Lituli House on what are the outstanding things that need to be done. I check with my secretary. I went to Lituli House to my office.
I'm just trying to understand, because you're supposed to be on holiday at this stage. Why do you check in with your secretary at Lituli House? Let me just understand that.
You know, time is of essence. I mean, I was on holiday, now I'm no longer on holiday, I'm waiting for a call. I can't stand and fold my arms when I have other duties to perform. One of my tasks, and which was a pressing task, especially around festive time in January, is to ensure that those members of the association that I'm the Treasurer General, their welfare issues are attended to. So that was a priority to me. And that's exactly what I did, instead of sitting and waiting for a call.
Okay. So, if I understand correctly, you had in fact been appointed, according to your statement, you had been appointed as the Treasurer General of the MK Veterans Association as early as September of 2015.
Correct.
Now, going back to, and we're going to come to the events of the 8th of December in a moment. Going back to the events after your appointment as the Treasurer General of the MK Veterans Association. According to your statement, you in fact acknowledge that you would have met on several occasions after that with Mr. Rajesh Tony Gupta at the Gupta residence.
Yes, indeed. And it's not only Rajesh, I met various business people as part of my responsibility.
Yes, I'm concerned specifically with Mr. Gupta. But since you mentioned that you met with various business people, are you saying that you met with them at the Gupta compound or the Gupta residence?
No, all over, not at the Gupta residence, all over. That's the work of a Treasurer General, if maybe the evidence leader doesn't understand, is to, among other things, to create a relationship with businesses with the sole intention of ensuring that you attend to budgetary requirements of the association, but also you attend to the welfare issues of your members. And that's a very difficult task because the reality of the matter is that our association is not an association that is supported by big business. So you have to meet extensively with those considerate and progressive business people and extensively outreach to make sure that you fulfill your mandate. And that's exactly what I did. So it's not about meeting them at the Gupta's residence. No, we meet them at various places, myself and my fundraising team in some cases, but also myself and some, of course, support from my members of the executive when there is a need.
You might have to bring your mic closer to you. Sometimes I don't hear. Let's see if you can bring it, or when you speak, come a bit closer to it.
All right, sorry for that, Chair.
The meetings with Mr. Tony Gupta, were those always at the Gupta residence in Saxonwold, or did they take place elsewhere?
If my memory serves me well, because there are cases where I meet Rajesh or Tony Gupta at the residence. There are cases where I met them as companies in their meetings in their offices in Sandton. So the meetings didn't only take place, some of the meetings that I remember didn't only take place at their residence.
And were all these meetings in your capacity as the MK Veterans Association Treasurer General, or was there any other capacity?
No, that was the only capacity.
So can we accept then that on every occasion that you would have met with Mr. Gupta, that's Mr. Tony Gupta, there was no other capacity, you met with him solely for the purpose of conducting the affairs of the MK Veterans Association?
Correct.
Now, on each of these different occasions that you would have met with him, would you have been, insofar as the MK Veterans Association is concerned, would you have been on your own, or would there have been other people from the Veterans Association with you?
No, other meetings, of course, I had to rope in some members of our association, more especially from the executive.
More especially?
Sorry?
From
Sorry,
the
you said more
executive.
especially?
More especially from the executive.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Now-
Chair, you know, I'm very vigilant. I hope these microphones are properly sanitized. I'm still too young to leave this.
Yes, actually,
we
no,
still have a lot of work to do in this country.
you are right. I don't know if it was sanitized after but they would normally do that. Was it done, Mr. Reverend? Was it done before? It was done, just sanitized again. No, thank you for raising that, Mr. Van Royan. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can you give us an indication of approximately on how many occasions you met with Mr. Tony Gupta?
No,
Before the 8th.
I will be lying. I can't remember. But as I've indicated in my affidavit, I met with them on several. I met Mr. Tony Gupta and he introduced me to companies that did business with himself and other members of the Gupta family.
Would it be correct to say it was several times, or would that not be correct?
It will be correct, Chair.
It would be correct.
It will be correct.
But how many times you can't remember?
I can't remember.
Yes, no, that's fine. That's fine. Are you able to remember when it was, more or less, when you met him for the first time? not necessarily in
The
the
first time, to
capacity
be honest
of
with you, Chair, let me just,
Treasurer General, but meeting him for the first time in whatever capacity.
okay, let me sketch this scenario, Chair. How I came to know Mr. Rajesh. They came to our offices after my election.
Your offices
Yes, at the
Yeah.
Tule House, after my election.
or at the ANC headquarters?
Yes.
Yes.
And we had a discussion. Because remember, we are fresh from conference. So
Oh, when would that have been?
around October
Of 2015?
2015, yes.
Oh, okay, all right,
And then
yes.
they introduced himself to me
Yes.
as,
Yes. Was it an arranged meeting or?
no, it was not an arranged meeting. You know, that's why I usually run away from Little House, because when you're in that office, you don't have time to work because people come unannounced.
Yes.
You know? So I don't
With
know
no
if maybe,
appointments.
I don't know if maybe he was in that office because he had a meeting with other people and realized that we were in the office. I'm not sure.
Oh,
But it was
okay.
not an arrangement. It was not even an appointment. If an appointments in my office, to be
Okay.
honest with you.
So he was, as far as you know, he was not there to meet you as
No, no,
such.
no.
But he came into your office.
Correct.
Yeah, rest, continue.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So October 2015 is the first time you met him?
That was the first time I met.
Yes.
Correct.
But you
yeah.
can't remember around what date or by any chance?
What will bring my submission to the date is the date of the conference. If you looked at, because it happened immediately after the conference.
Of
So
the
a few days
conference,
after the conference.
of the association
Of
of
the
which you are.
association, yeah.
Oh, okay. So what, if you remember that date, then you would know when it was that he met you. Are you saying that?
No, I'm not saying I can remember, but I'm just saying what I remember is it happened closer.
Or closer to the date of the conference?
Our conference, yeah.
Of the
the conference where I was selected to come in as a Treasurer General.
Okay, okay, all right.
But that meeting wasn't intended to be with you. He was therefore in some other, or to meet with somebody else, is that correct?
No, I'm not sure. I'm just saying that's my.
He came into your office, you didn't have an appointment to meet with him. You don't know whether he had a meeting with somebody else, but he came into your office at Lucy House.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that would have been in October. After that, at that particular, well, let's start off with that particular meeting. This is now in October. What exchanges take place between the two of you at that particular, on that particular occasion? There's presumably a discussion of some sort between the two of you.
No, his submission in our first engagement, he narrated the relationship of their business with the ANC, and but also with MK. I'm saying there's our association. And I think his idea was to say to me as a Treasurer General, we also work with your association. So in your engagements, please consider engaging us. So don't maybe hesitate to engage us. So it was not a long meeting.
Well, so when he came into your office on that occasion, you were already Treasurer General or you were still to be elected as Treasurer General?
No, I'm already Treasurer General.
You had already been elected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because that's why he started congratulating me for being elected.
Yes, okay. So he might have popped into your office because he knew you had been elected Treasurer General and wanted to convey the message that he conveyed.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
Now, your understanding, if I'm interpreting your evidence correctly, your understanding was that having conveyed the message, or having conveyed to you that he was aware that you had been elected as the Treasurer General, he started to explain to you that the Gupta family and the businesses had dealings with MK Veterans Association. Was it your understanding from that he was inviting you either expressly or impliedly, to engage in business with the Gupta businesses?
Correct.
And if I understand correctly, you then followed up on those invitations.
Yes, I think at some stage we then started engaging.
Now, what stage was that when you say you started to engage with them?
No, I don't remember exactly if you want the specifics of the day and the time, but it happened because remember it all happened in October. I'm just trying to recall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if there were any other engagements that took place before I went to meet him again, because there was some programs that I wanted to bring to his attention that needed support of business of MKMVA. So I'm not sure it was before I do that on the 8th, because I know on the 8th I visited him. I think so.
Which month, 8th of which month?
December.
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 Okay.
Okay, maybe I'm losing you over here. I'm trying to understand. We were in October, and the meeting that takes place in your office, that takes place in October. And then when you talk about the 8th, you're talking about the 8th of December. The question that I was asking you relates to whether there was interaction between the period of October, the meeting in your office, and the meeting that takes place on the 8th of December.
No, I don't remember of any interaction.
Now, if
And so is the position that in terms of meetings, you had a meeting, very brief meeting when he came into your office, and then the next meeting was on the 8th of December? Is that the position? Or were there some meetings between yourself and him in between?
What I'm saying, Chair, is that I don't remember if there was any meeting that I held with him before the meeting of the 8th.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, but there could have been, but you are not sure.
I don't recall.
There
Because
might not
remember,
have
Chair,
been.
in my space, I engage various business people
Yes.
to attend to the programs of the organization.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, just to, after the 8th of December, and I'm going to come back to the period before the 8th of December, after the 8th of December, the President tells you that it's his intention to appoint you as the Minister of Finance. On the 9th of December, he removes Mr. Nene as the Minister of Finance, and on the 10th of December, you're sworn in as the Minister of Finance. And then from that period, up until the 14th of December, you are the Minister of Finance when you get removed as the Minister of Finance, and then get put into the position of Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now,
that's correct.
In your position as a minister at this stage, presumably you then have to step down as the National Treasurer or the Treasurer General of the MK Veterans Association. Would that be fair to say?
No, it doesn't work like that. I'm still the Treasurer General of MKMV.
So in other words, you continue to occupy two separate posts, one as the Treasurer General on the one end, and one as a cabinet minister in two different portfolios on the other.
Correct, it's permissible.
Okay. So going back now to these meetings that you may have had with Mr. Tony Gupta, you're not quite certain at this point in time how many meetings you might have had or whether you had any meetings at all. How much money do you raise during this period of time for the MK Veterans Association, specifically from the Gupta family or the Gupta businesses?
What is on record, which I can provide to the commission, we had one of the first successful golf activity in 2016. And that they came in as one of the four main sponsors of that particular event. I just want to underscore this, one of the four main sponsors of that particular event. And then they followed up also with another sponsorship as one of the three main sponsors for the next golf day, because it's an annual event. So all in all, if we are looking at the monetary value, we are looking at plus minus 1.2 million that they contributed to those two events respectively.
And when did those two events take place, if you are able to remember?
Yes, they usually take place around our month. We have termed December MK month, so they usually take place around December.
Both of them?
Yes, both of them.
Oh,
Both
so
of them.
they took place in December 2015?
No, the first one, sorry, Chair, for not being clearer. The first one happened on December 2016. The second one, the December 2017.
Oh, okay.
Now, if I understand correctly, and there was no golf day organized by, amongst others, the Gupta family or Gupta businesses in 2015. Or do I misunderstand that?
No, they didn't organize golf day. We organized our own golf day. They came in just as a main sponsor. The responsibility of organizing a golf day, it was the responsibility of my office.
I see. Okay, so as a sponsor, they provided no sponsorship in 2015. Is that correct?
2016
2015.
and 2017.
No, listen to my question. In 2015, did they provide any sponsorship in that year for the golf day?
No, there was no golf day in 2015.
Okay. So the first sponsorship, insofar as golfing is concerned, takes place from the Gupta's perspective, that is either their businesses or the family, at the end of 2016. Is that right?
2016, yes, that's correct.
And the second sponsorship takes place at the end of December in 2017. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
And outside of golfing, or a golf day for the MK Veterans Association, outside of that, they provide no other sponsorship. Is that correct?
Not really. In some, the situation of military veterans, more especially those who served in what we call the former liberation armies, it's a very pathetic one in our country. They are struggling to make ends meet. So from time to time, they will come to my office requesting this and that. I can tell you, I'm dead sure that in one of those instances, or some of those instances, the Guptas helped.
So let me just understand. So people would come from time to time because they're struggling. These are members now, or MK veterans that would come to the offices because they need some financial assistance. And on those occasions, you say you are certain that the Gupta family would have helped.
Not only financial assistance. In
Okay,
some
I'm
cases,
sorry. I think he said on some of those occasions.
not only.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sorry, Chair. Not only financial assistance, Chairperson. In some cases, groceries. In some cases, building materials. Because we had to build houses for some of the military veterans. And it's on record. I'm not saying something that is a thumbs up. So I will approach different businesses to assist with materials, to assist with groceries. So they definitely might have played part in some of those, but they are not the only ones.
Yeah, but when you say they might have, are you saying that there's a possibility in the realm of possibilities? Or are you saying they might have in the sense that you can't recall, but it's a possibility?
I can't recall, but it's a possibility. Because I know, I mean, that's one thing that you can take away from some of these businesses that associated with this association. They are very generous in terms of assisting this because they understand that South Africa is where it is because of the sacrifices that these members did. Something that is very difficult for big business to understand.
I know that this may relate to an important point, Mr. Ali, but I just want to remind you to keep an eye on time and the list of important issues
Thank
that
you,
you
Mr.
may be
Chair.
wishing to cover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Now, just in terms of that meeting with the Gupta family, or specifically with Mr. Tony Gupta on the 8th of December, if I understand correctly, you telephoned the office to find out, you made a telephone call to your office to find out what the schedule was for that specific date, for the 8th of December. Do I understand correctly? I just want to get a sense of that.
No, there was no one at the office. The office, the staff has already closed. So I went there on my own and I phoned the Gupta residence and I was told that Tony is there. So I went there to try my luck because I didn't have a scheduled meeting with him. And unfortunately, that meeting couldn't materialize because he was busy with other meetings.
So you telephoned Mr. Tony Gupta from the offices of the MK Veterans Association.
Correct.
And in the discussion, he must have given you some sense that you should come over.
I don't want to sound to be, what is this, arrogant, but that's not what I said. I've said I phoned the residents, and the residents confirmed that he's available.
Or you did not speak to him on the phone?
No.
Yes.
No.
And then after somebody had confirmed that he was available,
I didn't even say.
you then proceeded there?
Yes, I didn't even say get a chance of confirming with him if I can see him. So I was just trying my luck.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So I must have misunderstood you. I thought it was a scheduled meeting. It wasn't a scheduled meeting. I mean, scheduled with Mr. Tony Gupta.
No, it was not scheduled.
Okay.
That's how by the way, I was supposed to be on holiday with my family, so it was not a scheduled meeting.
Sure. Now, if we can go back to, because I'm going to try and bring all of these different issues together at a later stage, your relationship with Mr. Mohammed Bobat. Just explain to the Commission about your history and your relationship with Mr. Bobat. How did that arise?
Thank you very much. Chair, sometime in I think it was early 2019, just before I was redeployed to Parliament. Before I went to Parliament, I was the mayor in my constituency. That's the constituency of Meraform. And at that stage, that constituency was falling under the Northwest Province. In Northwest Province, I was the chairperson of South African Local Government Association, the provincial chapter in Northwest, but also I was the provincial executive committee of the ANC in the Northwest, but also a member of what we call the provincial working committee in that province. So I was doing my outreach program in the region of Bojanala. And if my memory serves me well, I think I needed something, or I needed to see someone. I don't think I wanted to see someone. I needed something from the restaurant of a hotel, which was in the area, in Morule, in the area where I was doing my constituency work. So I went there to grab something, and that's where I met Mr. Mohammed. And of course, I got into the restaurant there and I greeted everyone as usual. That's how we are brought up as Africans. We greet wherever we go. So then on my way out, I was approached by this gentleman, and then he then introduced himself to me, and then he gave me his business card. And then he told me that what he was doing in the financial markets and all that. And then that's when I started then knowing him. I kept the business card up until I had some challenges with my studies, especially on financial areas. Then I started communicating with him on, but not necessarily frequently, when there was a need.
Now-
That's how I came across Mr. Mohammed, or Mr. Bobat, because Mohammed is his first name.
Which one is the surname? When I read documents, sometimes he's referred as Mr. Bobat, sometimes as Mr. Mohammed. Which one is the surname?
The surname is Bobat. Chair.
Bobat.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that was sometime in 2009. At the time, if I understand correctly, are you saying that in 2009 you were the executive mayor?
Yes, as I've indicated, yes, I was the executive mayor of my constituency. That's my hometown. It's in Carltonville, Merafo.
And on this occasion of the meeting, was Mr. Bobat provided you with his business card?
Correct, Chair.
Do you know why it is that he approached you? Was there any indication as to why he approached you?
Yes, I think he was in consultants because he was meeting some traditional leaders or people from the royal family, according to him, because I never met those people. So he definitely wanted to say, maybe I can start thinking. Business people are like that. They immediately hear that there is a leader around, they'll want to associate with that leader. I don't know how many business cards do I have in my collection, because that's how I make business network, you know.
Mm. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and if I misunderstand your affidavit, then of course you will correct me. My reading of your affidavit was that every subsequent interaction between the two of you, that's between you and Mr. Bobat, was initiated by you, is that correct?
Correct.
And on each of those occasions, it would have been because you sought advice from him in relation to your studies.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that you contacted him on several occasions. Was it more than once? Was it more than twice?
No, I can't remember, but it was not that frequent.
Was it several occasions?
Hey, you know, this thing of quantifying.
A number of times.
Yeah, a number
you
of
can't
times.
say how many
But
times.
it was not like something
often.
that I can say once in a month, no.
Yeah.
Once in a while when I needed some
Like
assistance on my
once in
studies.
3 months, once in 6 months, once.
Something of that nature, once in
Yes.
3, maybe once in 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was not a frequent, because
it
it
was
was,
not
it was
frequent,
based on my what I was studying at that time. And definitely as an expert on tax matters, and as an expert, as an accountant, I derive joy from engaging with him on issues of taxation.
Okay, so your understanding in 2009, and based on his business card, was that he was an expert in tax matters.
Yes, that's how he presented himself, but also in my first engagement, after that meeting, in my first interaction with him about my studies, definitely his knowledge was very evident.
Now, in your affidavit, if you would turn with me to page 135, of the same bundle that I've given you before.
Did you say 155?
135, Mr. Chairperson.
135.
135.
That is so.
And there?
You say in paragraph 56 that Mr. Bobert and I did not make regular contact, but I can recall once or twice when I called him for some assistance with my academic studies in finance. So according to this affidavit, you met with him or you telephoned him approximately once or twice relating to your studies.
Correct.
You had no contact with him outside of that, in other words, outside of your discussions about your studies.
No, not at all.
But also, if in your affidavit you said once or twice, then that can't be several times. I know that you didn't want to commit yourself to about several times, but if it's once or twice, that's much more limited than a number of times, I would imagine. Is that right?
Okay, sure. Yes, it's very limited.
Yes. So would you say once or twice is more accurate in terms of how many times you contacted him?
Yes, I think it's more accurate. Let's stick
Okay.
to that, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Then you acquired, if I recall correctly, you were at the time studying for an MSc in finance, which you ultimately acquired in 2013. Is that correct?
That's correct. But it was not, I think it was not only that, because I was also doing something with UNISA on the investment and portfolio management. And also economy, I think I did two things with UNISA related to finance.
Sure. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but between 2013 and 2015, you had no contact with Mr. Bobert, is that correct?
2000?
Between 2013, you've now graduated, you've got your MSc in finance, and 2015, you have no contact with Mr. Bobert after that.
No, I can't guarantee that because the truth of the matter is that I started my lecturing sessions in Parliament to assist some members of Parliament. So I'm not sure if was there any time where I needed some assistance from him. So I can't definitely say yes.
So I'm not sure if I'm understanding the response. You say that it was in that time that you started your parliamentary, I didn't catch the word.
Look, after completing my master's, I took it upon myself, but it's also an organizational duty to make sure that we encourage others, to follow the same route because, the financial sector is one sector that is, we are not that strong on that sector as, to be correct, we are not that strong as the ruling party. So I took it upon myself to make sure that I encourage my fellow comrades, to do this course. And I started providing for free, of course, some lectures to them. So I don't know, during that time, maybe I might have needed him because, as you lecture, you need to be brought on and you must go deep when you deal with some of these matters.
So it's possible that you might have needed him. And when you say you might have needed him, are you talking about coming to assist in providing lecturing, or are you talking about telephoning him for some advice over the phone?
No, I was referring to telephonic engagement. That's why I say I'm not even sure if I ever called him, But I know from time to time I used to engage with various experts on tax and on other economic matters,
Okay. So on the 10th of December on the 9th of December of 2015, if I understand correctly, The announcement has been made that Mr. Nene has been removed. The announcement has also been made that you've been appointed, or you have been appointed as the new Minister of Finance. And your swearing-in ceremony is to take place on the 10th of December of 2015. If I understand correctly, you don't phone Mr. Bobat to invite him to the ceremony. In fact, the presidency makes that arrangement. Is that correct?
Yes, I asked the president to try. In fact, I tried to call him from my landline in the office. Then I struggled to get hold of him. Then I ultimately phoned the presidency because they wanted urgently a list of people who must come to attend my swearing-in ceremony, Chairperson. But it was just a handful. And you know, on the 8th, one of the first things that I did after that meeting with the president, because I was obsessed about perfecting this new assignment. So
You were upset?
I was obsessed about perfecting the new assignment.
Oh, okay.
So one of the first things that I thought of is whom can I bring to support me immediately? So he's on the 8th, in fact, I have already decided that I'm going to trace this man because I really need him to come and join me.
So just to get that right, you're saying that you were obsessed with perfecting this assignment. And by this assignment, you're referring to your new appointment
My new
as the Minister of
appointment.
Finance.
Correct, Chairperson.
And
So in other words, you wanted to excel in this portfolio.
That's in the nature of ANC products. When we are given a task, we want to excel. Because, but also, Chair, you know, to be in the executive is not a child's play.
so you start to consider in your mind, who might you get to come and assist you in your new role or in your new capacity as the Minister of Finance. And you come upon the name of Mr. Bobat, and you decide that he's the person that you would like to come and assist you. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, I do.
And you say that you tried to get hold of him telephonically, but unsuccessfully.
Correct.
So you phoned him from your cell phone to his cell phone with the number that you had from the business card that you were given 6 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
That number is now stored in your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes, it's still there. That's the one that I'm still even using today.
And so you phone him and you don't get through to him.
But it was not like phoning on my phone. I remember I phoned him from the office, from the Tule House. And I didn't get him, and then because I was under pressure of submitting the names of people who must be invited, so I sent that to the presidency.
So you phoned him from the Tule House, to understand that correctly.
Correct.
You don't phone him from your cell phone.
I was at the office when this request was submitted.
But you used the landline in order
It was
to
a
call
landline,
him.
yes.
Yeah.
It was a landline. In fact, when I'm in Tule House, I used the landline mainly.
But Sam, I'm not sure if I'm following you. You say you're sitting in the Tule House when you make the call from the landline in the Tule House to try and get hold of Mr. Bobat.
Yes.
You, and at the time, you're trying to do so in order to invite him to do what? What is it that you're trying to invite him to do?
I'm trying to notify him that I want to include his name on the list of people that must be invited by the presidency for my swearing-in ceremony.
Okay. So it's not your intention at that stage to invite him to join you in any capacity, whether as a special advisor or otherwise?
No, in my thinking, I thought that will require bilaterals with him first. So that's why I insisted that I must meet him first because I didn't think it was going to be proper for me to discuss such a matter over the phone.
No, fair enough. You don't get hold of him. So you then pass on his details to somebody at the president's office and ask them to arrange for him to be present on the 10th of December at the swearing-in ceremony. Is that correct?
Yes, I included his name on the list that I forwarded to the presidency for invitation for my swearing-in ceremony.
So you provide them with his name and presumably his cell phone number as well?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So in fact, it's the president's the office that phones him and invites him to the swearing-in ceremony on the 10th.
Yes, that's what he confirms with me.
But you never have a discussion with him before that?
No. About the invitation. I never had a chance to talk to him.
About the swearing-in ceremony?
Yes, I'm saying about the invitation to the swearing-in ceremony.
Correct.
No.
So when he arrives on the 10th of December, you offer him at some stage, and I'll get into the chronology in a moment, but at some stage you're offering him the post of the special advisor to the Minister of Finance on that occasion, on the 10th of December, is that right?
Chairperson, what happened is that I indicated to him that I've got an interest on him being part of my team as my advisor, because the field that I was deployed to lead will require a person of his caliber in terms of his academic qualification. It was purely on merit. And I further indicated to him that as much as I've identified him, we need to follow a certain process. Because remember, immediately after the meeting on the 8th, with that obsession that I've explained, I had then to go and check how to do it. And I went through the ministerial handbook, because also the president in our meeting on the 8th, that's what he emphasized, go and familiarize yourself with some of these provisions. And of course, among other things, the president indicated to me that I must go through the ministerial handbook. Now, I said to him, according to the ministerial handbook, as an executive, I'm allowed to appoint people to come and work with me. But then, this is the process that we are going to follow. I'm going to introduce you to the DG, whom by that time I regarded as someone who's very capable. I hope Mr. Bobat will remember, I said to him, he's a very good comrade, and he's very, very efficient. Well, I was not aware that I'm dealing with a hypocrite. So what happened is that I explained to him that there is a process that needs to be followed for this appointment to be finally finalized. Among other things, you should be vetted, because I don't even know that you might say to me you are fit and proper because you don't have criminal records and all that. But there is a due process that must be followed with DPSA and the state security to confirm that you are suitable for this assignment. And the DG is going to help me to complete that process. But you also have to, we must make sure that very soon you sign a contract with myself. So the DG will be in a position to help you with that. So I will introduce you to the DG. And that's what happened. And then he accepted my offer. And that obviously made me at least to consider that at least one of my immediate tasks has been completed.
Now, at this stage, presumably, when Mr. Bobert arrives at this meeting, He arrives without any CV, would that be correct?
Yes,
And in fact, other than the business card, which you got in 2009, you've never seen his CV ever. Is that correct?
yes, I've never seen his CV, but I know his profile.
When you say you know his profile, what exactly are you referring to?
I'm referring to knowing his qualifications because he communicated those to me, and through my engagement with him, I was able to verify that he's a qualified person. And I had no reason not to believe him when he told me of his qualifications.
So when you say you know his profile based upon what he had told you, you're referring now to the period prior to 2015. Is that correct? Sorry, 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
So on the one or two occasions that you and he had discussions, which were initiated by you and which related specifically to your studies, the two of you happened to engage in a discussion about his profile. That's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, exactly.
And on those one or two occasions when the two of you happened to engage in a discussion about his profile, he said certain things to you which satisfied you on the 10th of December 2015 that this was the right man for the job.
Correct. Correct. In terms of the experience that he demonstrated to me during our engagements, definitely.
And you had not at that stage considered anybody other than Mr. Bobert.
No.
Is that correct?
No.
He was the person, the only person that you wanted for that job. Is that correct?
Look, I'm sitting, as we speak now, I'm sitting with a plethora of CVs in my office. And I have to be realistic because at times, when the duty call, more especially at the national level, you'll have to prioritize this issue of merit. Because the task, the severity of the task required merit more than any other thing. So I went through some of the CVs of my comrades, but unfortunately, I couldn't find a CV that came closer to what was expected of me, or maybe the person to support me.
So you sitting in your office, in which office are we referring to now? We talked about.
I'm referring to TG's office.
Now, the people's CVs that you're sitting with presumably are people that are from the MK Veterans Association.
Not only MK Veterans Association, from the broader society. Remember, I'm not only, I'm a community leader, I'm not only a TG of MK Military Veterans Association.
So if I understand correctly, your testimony is that within the ANC, you're always pursuing excellence.
Correct.
And in the pursuit of excellence, with the name of a person who has told you that he has certain qualifications, you've never seen his CV, you've never verified whether the information that he's given you is correct, you then offer that person a job as the special advisor to the Minister of Finance. That's what you're saying.
But also, maybe to add on what you are saying, someone who has demonstrated through my engagement with him that he understands the subject matter. But also, I knew, besides me trusting him not to be telling me the lie, I knew that there was a process that I'm going to subject him to, which is normally championed by DPSA.
Okay. Now, at that stage...
I'm sorry. Why did you not want to give yourself a wider choice? of people, qualified people, experienced people from whom to choose. Why did you confine yourself to this person with whom you had met only once in 6 years or so, very briefly, in a restaurant, as I understand the position, and you had talked to whom you had talked once or twice on the phone in 6 years, when there must be many people, some of whom within the ANC, I have no doubt, who would qualify and have experience in relation to financial matters, from whom you could make your choice. Why did you confine yourself to this person that, as I say it, you might have a different view, whose background you don't know much about?
Chair, I had no time because remember I had to hit the ground running. So I had to prioritize some positions in my office so as I can hit the ground running. So in my situation, I then prioritize the two positions because I knew that as I go into National Treasury, it's a formidable institution. There will be people who can also complement these two that have earmarked. So it was just a matter of prioritizing on my side as to what are the immediate tasks that I need to do, or what are the immediate positions that I needed to fill. So it was just a matter of prioritization on my side that I needed a chief of staff, but I also needed a special advisor so as I can hit the ground running. So I prioritized him after looking into whatever CVs that I had at my disposal, and I realized that I decided that he was the best candidate for that assignment.
You see, it's important for me that I should hear what you have to say on this, because it is a matter that concerns me in relation to your choice of Mr. Bovat. We'll talk about Mr. Whitley later on. There must be a lot of people who may have been doing the same degree as yourself when you were doing your MSc in finance. There must be a lot of people who are your comrades within the ANC who have financial qualifications in finance. There must be, and who have experience, but also you might have given yourself time to talk to maybe Mr. Nene or other ministers, and give yourself more time, even if it's a few days, just to make sure that not only is the person you choose somebody with academic qualifications, but also that you choose somebody, for example, with integrity, and you don't just rely on what he says to you. You talk to other people, you do some background check before you say, I am identifying this person, even if the process will involve security clearance and so on. But before you say, I'm identifying this person, just make sure that this is not somebody who might have certain skeletons in his cupboard that are going to embarrass you, that are going to embarrass the government, that are going to embarrass National Treasury. Just say, what are you going to lose by waiting a few days just to check these things? So that's part of my concern. You want to address that?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, ideally, I will definitely take that route. And I didn't take that route because I felt a lot of pressure, especially how the financial market reacted. So I had to think quickly on getting a team or maybe some people with the necessary knowledge on issues of financial markets. And of course, knowing him as someone that I've engaged, I never had the reservation about his integrity, and I still don't have that. And I never had an issue about his fit for purpose, and I still don't have that. Because remember, I moved with him from National Treasury, we went to Cocta. In Cocta, definitely, but that was after even DPSA has confirmed my own, intuition that he's a man of integrity. So definitely, I was under a lot of pressure to make sure that I play my part in terms of dealing with the turbulences, especially in the financial markets that were there at that time. So that's why I immediately had to go for them because of their background, both Mr. Bobat and Mr. Wickley.
Mr. Halley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, you are obviously aware in 2015, you were familiar with Regiment's capital at that stage. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
And at the time when you appointed or rather when you made the offer to Mr. Bobat, you were aware that he in fact worked for Regiment's capital at the time, is that correct?
No, I was not correct. He only brought it to my attention when I discussed with him at the unit building. And then I instructed him, and he must, if he accepts the offer, he must then resign from the regiment.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, but you said you only discussed, you weren't aware of it at the time, but he only brought it to your attention at what stage?
He brought it to my attention that he had a relationship, he was working with regiment at that moment.
Okay, in other words, this is at the swearing-in ceremony.
At the swearing ceremony.
And you were familiar with Regiment's capital as, what was your knowledge and understanding of Regiment's capital at that stage?
It was just, I didn't have the details about regiment capital operating. Besides that, they are also a player in the financial sector.
Were you aware of some of the rumors that were swirling in the media at the time?
Yes, I was aware.
What were the rumors?
About some implications in the certain act of malfeasances.
Yes, well, those,
But I don't have the details, but I'm saying I was aware because I read business newspapers from time to time.
so when he told you that he worked for Regiment's capital, you were aware of those rumors.
Correct?
And notwithstanding that fact, and the fact that you were aware of the rumors of malfeasance on the part of Regiment's capital, you had no concerns about his own integrity. Is that correct?
No, because he was not necessarily implicated in what was happening or what was said in the newspaper about the regiment company.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. What I'm asking you is, you're aware that Regiment's capital itself had been implicated in the media and through rumors in malfeasance. You were aware of that.
Correct.
You were aware that he worked for it.
Correct.
And you say that the rumors and the media reports didn't necessarily implicate him.
No.
And did you ask him at that stage whether he was somehow involved in any of the malfeasance that had been attributed to Regiment's capital?
Yes, and then he confirmed to me that he's not part of what was said in the newspapers. But also, remember, what said in the newspapers were allegations leveled against regiment, So he also confirmed with me that, but that was not also my focus and my interest then. It was on him accepting my offer of including him into my team.
So he says to you, you ask him pointedly, and he says to you, I'm not involved in that malfeasance. So from what you were saying now, I understand you to be saying, he confirms that there is malfeasance taking place, but he's saying, I'm not involved in it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are reports, media reports, and he's aware of them, but I've never even checked with him to say, are you involved, are you not involved? But he Those reports were all over the newspapers, so he confirmed that he's aware of those reports.
Did you ask him if he has somehow been implicated in any of those rumors that are swirling?
I asked him broadly about, because thinking of that provision of fit for purpose, I asked him broadly about him having anything that might impede my obviously intention to include into my team, criminal records or any judgment against him. That those are the basic things that I asked him. And then he confirmed that he don't have such.
Okay, let's put that issue aside. That's a separate question. I'm talking specifically in relation to Regiment's Capital. What do you ask him about his, you know now that he's involved with Regiment's Capital, he works for Regiment's Capital. What do you ask him about his involvement in Regiment's Capital and the allegations, the rumors, the media reports relating to malfeasance within Regiment's Capital? That's my question.
No, it was all about what is reported on the media. And of course, he confirmed that he's also aware. And of course, I mean, I didn't take much interest in pursuing that discussion because he was going to resign from Regiment.
Was that, let me start by this. Were you concerned in any way about taking somebody as your special advisor as Minister of Finance who was coming from an organization about which there were rumors of wrongdoing? Were you concerned about that at all?
Definitely, Chair. That's why I posed a question about fit for purpose, just to make sure that we don't start a process which might backfire.
Yes, but I understood you to say what you asked him related to whether there were judgments against him or whether he had a criminal record. And he said, no, he did not have any of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, I understood you to say, understood you to be, in effect, saying to me, your concern was with regard to those issues and not the rumors about regiments. Did I understand you correctly? Did I understand you correctly?
That was also my concern, Chair.
Yes.
Because I wanted to confirm if maybe out of that and other things that I don't know of,
Yeah.
he might be implicated or he might be having judgment. So when I posed that question, I was trying to obviously accommodate even what is happening at the regiment. You know.
Yes, but you see, Mr. Halley asked you directly to tell me what it is that you asked him about the rumors, if you asked him anything.
What I asked him about the rumors, when he said to me from regiment, I said, are you aware of the media publications? And said, no, I'm aware, but these are some of the things that are leveled against my company. So then I said, no, if then you accept my offer, given that you are going to resign.
And he said he would resign.
Yes, no, he was going to resign. There was no way in which he was going to
Yes.
continue as my advisor and then
Yes.
move regiment. Yeah. But also, Chair, even if he resigned, he was not going to resign because of what is reported in the newspapers.
Yes,
He was going to resign because he has accepted.
yes. No, I understand that. But from what you say, I get the impression that despite the existence of the rumors of wrongdoing on the part of the organization of which he was part, you were quite content to take him because he was going to resign from regiments, number one. Number two, he said he had no criminal record. Number three, he had no judgment against him. That set you at ease. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair. But also, Chair, you know, I wouldn't use that as a basis for determining, including someone. Let's take for an example. We have.
Well, let me say, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm not suggesting at all that you are disregarding his qualifications because you have emphasized his qualifications. I'm not saying you disregarded that.
No, I just wanted to give an example because the narrative that suggests that when a company is labeled as this corrupt or blah, blah company, it's just as allegations. Or even a corrupt company, when an employee from that corrupt company, because some companies employ many people who are not even in a decision-making position. Does that mean when an employee wants a job from that company, and then having all what it takes for the new job that I'm offering as the owner of another company, does that mean I shouldn't consider him because of the scandals of that company where he was employed before? I will give you a typical example. The one that comes to mind relevant to the financial sector. In 2013, we had banks, big banks, including Standard Bank, where Mr. Fuzil is currently working as an executive, being implicated in colluding with other banks, global banks, and manipulated the exchange rate. And in the process, disadvantage billions of customers. And of course, you know, the adversely affected in that situation are the poor of the poor. Billions, because it was a global scandal. Now, because Mr. Fuzil, after coming out of National Treasury or becoming a beneficiary of what I termed a revolving door phenomenon, he went to Standard Bank automatically after coming from National Treasury. Obviously, if I use that particular analysis of a corrupt company, then I'll just say his integrity is also questionable. Why did he decide to go and join a company? So that analysis, I don't think it was not going to help me to determine.
This is where it may be important. Namely, that because the company from which Mr. Bobert was coming, or because of the company of which he was part, and the fact that there were rumors of malfeasance around that company, you might have needed to be more cautious and to take some time to check whether you might not be bringing to National Treasury or to your ministry somebody that should not be brought to the ministry. You might have needed more time to investigate before you could say, okay, I'm choosing this one, because you don't know who in the company may be involved in that malfeasance and who may not be involved. And there may be other candidates who don't come from a company that might be having those types of rumors. And in order to protect the ministry, you might wish to take somebody who seems to be not associated with any entity about whom there are rumors of corruption and so on. That's what I would like you to address.
Chair, you know, I don't think it was going to be appropriate for me just because of someone is coming from a company where there are allegations, not even substantiated allegations of corruption. I don't think that's going to be important for me to firstly deny that person an opportunity, but secondly, use that as my determining criteria for his appointment, because I was under pressure and I knew for the fact that the appointment was not going to be finalized by my identification. He was still going to be subjected to a robust process of vetting, to a robust process of confirming his credentials. And that anyone was going to be subjected to that, even if it was not Mr. Bobert that I decided to identify. Anyone was going to be subjected to that. So, truly speaking, Chair, I don't think that issue at that time was that much of concern, because it was not allegations against Mr. Bobert. You know, if it was against Mr. Bobert, I would have definitely treated it differently.
But you didn't know who at regiments may have been involved, did you? In regard to those allegations?
No, those allegations were not citing him.
No, but I'm saying without an investigation as to whether he and other people may have been involved, you wouldn't know whether later on it will turn out that he was involved.
Definitely, Chair, and that's why I employed the principle of trust that I had on him. And that, of course, considering his qualifications, then I prioritize his identification.
Of course, the trust that you had on him was based on the fact that you were meeting this person only for the second time in your life.
Yeah, but we engaged.
Yeah, no, I'll come to that.
Yes.
2, you had talked to him once or twice on the phone. That's all.
Yes.
Mr. Halley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, when you spoke with him, he said that he would resign from regiment's capital, but you understood, or presumably you understood, that he held a senior position within regiment's capital, correct?
Yes, I do.
So the fact that he was going to resign would presumably, well, hopefully ought to have provided you with very little comfort, because this was a person that was a very senior employee who had been implicated, or rather, let me rephrase that, whose company had been implicated, on your words, in malfeasance. So he was a senior employee within that company, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
Now,
We are at 524. One less clear that we can go beyond 4 o'clock. Mr. Masugu, is it fine if we go beyond 4 o'clock?
Yes, it will be fun. We were quite keen to have
You'd like to finish?
Mr. Van Royan set free after today.
Yes. Oh, okay,
So we can go past 4.
Okay, all right.
We have no difficulties.
I have in mind that, Mr. Halley, you should try and finish by 4:30.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If we can,
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry,
Chair,
yes.
Is it possible that
We take a break?
we can finish today?
Yeah. Or because you might re-examine? Is
No,
that
no,
right?
no, I will
Or
decide
just in
whether to
terms of-
re-examine, but...
Yes, no, I think it's possible.
Yes,
Yeah,
we'll be
it's
happy to do
possible,
that.
yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we'll aim to try and finish here. Okay. I'm not sure whether we should take a break, but if we are going to try and finish at 4:30, maybe we can push up to 4:30.
Thank you,
And if Mr. Van Royan indicates that he would like a comfort break, he will indicate. Okay, I think let's continue.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and then we'll see how it goes.
Now let's just move over to Mr. Whitley. If I understand your affidavit or your statement correctly, you met Mr. Whitley for the first time on the 11th of December of 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you met him at Melrose Arch in the Santon area.
Correct.
You were present at that meeting. Mr. Whitley was obviously present at the meeting. There was a certain Mr. Malcolm Abaso that was present at the meeting. And if I understand correctly, Mr. Bobert was also present at that meeting. Is that correct?
What happened is that, Chairperson, I had a meeting earlier at Melrose Arc. And then Mr. Mabaso came with Mr. Whitley. And, well, I knew Mr. Mabaso because he was working with Minister Zwane, but he was also frequenting our offices at Lituli House. So he then bumped, not necessarily bumped me, but came to where I was in that meeting at Melrose Arc and indicated that he is aware that I might be in need of support in my office. So there is the gentleman that I might want to consider to come into my team. And I said, let me have an engagement with that gentleman first because I don't know him. So he then allowed Mr. Whitley then to meet with me. Then I proceeded with Mr. Whitley, and in that meeting, Mr. Whitley presented his CV to me, and then I indicated to him that I'm very much impressed of his CV, because by then I was looking for someone who can come in as a chief of staff, but also with a knowledge in the financial sector, in the banking sector. And that Mr. Whitley had what it takes. And Mr. Bobert, of course, came in because I informed him on the 10th that I'll be having a breakfast meeting at Melrose Arc. So he came in and then he said to me, he just tendered his resignation, and then he introduced then to me Mr. Hood, who was his former colleague, and that's why I started knowing Mr. Eric Hood.
So, if I understand correctly, Mr. Bobert comes to meet you at Melrose Arch because you had told him the previous day that you were going to be having breakfast
Yes.
at Melrose Arch. So you, on the 11th of December, when you have this meeting with these various people, you're actually having breakfast at a restaurant, is that correct?
No, it was not a restaurant. I was hosted by a business person because that's one of the follow-up meetings that I had to wrap up from MKVA. Mm-hmm. So it was not a restaurant. It was a meeting. It was more of I think it was more of if my memory serves, it was more of a boardroom. But they served breakfast there. It was more of a meeting boardroom.
So you're having meeting at a business, at some premises, business premises at Melrose Arch. It's not in a restaurant.
No, it's not in the restaurant.
Okay, so what's the name of the company that you're at?
No, I was hosted by a business person, Mr.
Yes.
Bashir Saleh, who is a business person from Libya. And this was one of my outstanding meetings, from MK engagements.
Just give me the name again.
Bashir Saleh.
Spell that surname for us, please.
Saleh. That's what I'm not sure if that's a surname, but I know it's Bashir Saleh.
Okay. So you're wrapping up with that meeting, and when that meeting is finished, you then approached by Mr. Mabasa, is that correct? Do you understand that correctly?
In fact, that meeting, I didn't wrap it up. It was somehow disrupted by the presence of Mr. Mabasa. So I had to entertain this request by Mr. Mabasa first.
Okay. Now, this meeting with Mr. Bashir Saleh, is it in a boardroom? We know it's not in a restaurant. Is it in a boardroom, or is it of a particular company, or is it in the boardroom of Mr. Bashir Saleh himself?
I didn't ask those details, but because he is the one who arranged the meeting, so I didn't ask those details.
Now, Mr. Mabaso approaches you in that meeting. So he wasn't aware that you were going to be in this meeting on the morning of the 11th of December of 2015. Is that right?
In my collection, because I never informed him about that meeting. I never informed Mr. Whitley because I was meeting him for the first time. The only person that I informed was Mr. Bobert.
Was Mr.?
Mr. Bobert.
Bobert, okay.
Yeah.
So Mr. Mabaso arrives at this meeting which is in the boardroom of a businessman, how is this businessman associated with Mr. Mabaso?
No association at all.
So Mr. Mabaso arrives there. Is this a surprising event? Mr. Mabaso just pitches up out of nowhere. He sniffs you out of nowhere. I'm just trying to understand how that happens.
Yes, to me, because I didn't inform him.
Okay.
I didn't inform him.
Did you say you didn't inform him or you did inform him?
Chairperson, I didn't inform
You
him.
did not inform him?
Yes.
So he arrives there and he has Mr. Whitley with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Whitley comes there. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Whitley has his CV with him?
Yes.
And
In fact, Chair, let me just indicate that Mr. Mabaso indicated that I'm aware that you might be, as a new person, you might be needing some support in the office. So I have someone that I want you to engage with. Maybe you might consider him to be part of your team.
this is now in a telephone conversation with you?
No. This is at Melrosak in a
Yes.
meeting that I had.
Yes, but I
Yes.
think one of the points that Mr. Hall was trying to establish is how Mr. Mabaso came to know that you were at this boardroom.
I'm not sure. I will be lying, Chair. I don't know how did he come to know.
So you had spoken to Mr. Mabaso when he told you that there is somebody that you might need to be part of your team, is that right? You had spoken to Mr. Mabaso before he came to the boardroom, is that right?
No. I'm referring to my engagement with Mr. Mabaso at that boardroom.
Oh,
Yes.
so prior to him coming to the boardroom, the two of you had not
No,
spoken?
not at all. Not at all, Chair. Not at all.
Not that
The only
morning
person
and
that I
not
spoke-
the previous day?
The only person that I spoke to is Mr. Bobat,
Yes.
the previous day.
Yes.
Correct.
And you invited Mr. Bobat to this meeting?
Yes, no.
Breakfast, yeah.
I said he can come to where I was on our way to the office because I was
Yes.
going to Pretoria from there.
Yes.
Correct.
So at that stage, did Mr. Bobat knew that you might be needing somebody else when you told him?
Yes. I told Mr. Bobat that there is a need for me to have a chief of staff because he can't run with the affairs of a chief of staff.
Okay, all right. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, when Mr. Whitley arrives there, together with Mr. Mabaso, if I understand correctly, Mr. Mabaso says to you, when he introduces Mr. Whitley, he says to you that Mr. Whitley is looking for work and he may be an asset in government. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
So the way in which he introduces him suggests that he is looking for work and may be an asset in government. It seems to imply that he's unemployed at that point in time.
Yes, no, that's the impression that I was left with too.
So when he arrives there with his CV, armed with his CV, and apparently down on his luck out of a job, you have a meeting with him that lasts for, if I understood correctly, you said it was a very brief meeting. It was, in fact, less than 20 minutes or so.
Yes, less than 20 to 30 minutes because I had to go through his CV and then also let him know, just to check his profile too. And that's what I did in that meeting.
And at the end of that, you then appoint a person who you understood was actually unemployed at that point in time. Do you understand that correctly?
Yes, but the person that I've also checked whether his profile is okay.
Sure. Now, these two positions, let's just consider these two positions. You've appointed a person as your special advisor, that's Mr. Bobat, and you've appointed the following day a person who happens to be your chief of staff. That's Mr. Whitley. What salaries do you offer them?
The issue of the salary, Chairperson, is not necessarily it's dealt with through the provision, because remember there is a cabinet guidance on how these people should be remunerated. And it's given effect through the process of DPSC. And that process in the main is an administrative process. And that's why the DG will then, through his other HR streams, will come in. And that will be determined in the contract that was going to be finalized between myself and them.
But you certainly understand that these positions entail, or the salary that would accompany these positions would be in excess of R1 million.
Yes.
You understood that?
Yes, I understood that.
What does the chief of staff do?
He is the chief of staff in the office. He obviously looks at my accommodation things. He looks at HR issues within the staff of the minister. He looks into the liaison between the minister's office and obviously stakeholders. It's a long list of things that he does, but in the main, the chief of staff's responsibility is to make sure that you can say your human capital related issues within the office of the executive is taken care of, including that of the executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I'm going to wrap up those issues shortly. I want to just deal with one of the complaints that had been raised in relation to the appointment of the special advisor and the chief of staff, and that relates to the process governed by Section 12A.
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Halley, because I think that's the procedural issues relating to process. Again, Mr. Van Royan, I am concerned about the minister meeting somebody that they don't know, just having a meeting of about 20 to 30 minutes, looking at his CV only and offering that person a job as his or her chief of staff without checking anything at all about this person. To me, the speed with which you made these appointments or you offered jobs to these two people, or the manner in which, the way in which you went about it, is of concern, because I would have thought that in regard to Mr. Bo, but somebody that's going to be special advisor to a minister, and particularly Minister of Finance, I would have thought that it should be somebody in respect of whom you proper background checks have been made, not just in terms of knowing the job and experience, but also the type of person that you are taking. And so in regard to both of them, it's people that it seems to me, well, certainly with regard to Mr. Whitley, it's somebody that you don't know. Somebody you don't know. With regard to Mr. Bobert, it's somebody you know slightly, I think. You met him once, briefly at a restaurant 6 years ago. You talked to him on the phone once or twice. And then you invite him to your swearing-in ceremony, and you offer him a job. So it just seems to me that that's not what one would expect a minister to do in appointing people to such important positions. I say these things so that you know what's going on in my mind. You have already addressed them in some way, but I'm just giving you a chance in relation to Mr. Whitley to say whatever you might wish to say about this concern that I have.
Chair, your concern is my concern, it will forever be my concern. But from where I'm seated, I think I did what I could do to satisfy myself about the profile of the two individuals. And I knew, and that's where I'm taking comfort from, that this process was not complete. This was just an identification process, subjecting them to a more robust process of vetting them and of also verifying their qualifications. But also, it could have been any other person, because what impressed me is what was in their CVs. And usually when I'm given a chance to lead, because I can use my experience of when I was the executive mayor. I mean, I appointed in the same position, my advisor and my chief of staff. These are people that I didn't know, but because of what was contained in their CVs, I gave them a chance, and they never disappointed. But I'm not saying there are no risks attached to my approach. But I fully agree with you that your concern is my concern too. And that's why I did whatever that I did. But because of limitation of capacity on my side, I might not have done it thoroughly. But also, Chair, remember I was trying also to add value into a very turbulent situation. And I had also relied on the process that was going to follow. I mean, just to confirm if I had the right people. So ideally, according to the section that has just been mentioned, 12A, they were going to be subjected to that particular process. And definitely that was going to give me the results of my determination. And it did that. Because when we went to COGTA, I received those results,
Mr. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to move on to the 12A, the Section 12A process. My reading of your affidavit, correct me if I'm wrong, my reading of your affidavit was that as far as you were concerned, you were entitled to appoint both Mr. Bobat as well as Mr. Whitley, and it was the responsibility of the Director General, who was Mr. Fuzil, to ensure that the appointment was made. So he didn't have any say in it, and once you had made up your mind that these were the people that had to be appointed, it simply had to be implemented. Do I understand that correctly?
I understand that correctly, Chair, but that is a wrong interpretation of the provision of the Public Service Act. The Public Service Act is clear. That's on my shoulder. I'm the minister. So identification is subjected to that process of a contract, vetting, and who helps me in that regard is the DG. I can't be going to lower departments when I have the accounting officer, who is my chief advisor. I think I like how Mr. Fuzil coined his role, because he's my chief advisor. So in terms of giving that effect, it's not me as the minister who will run around and check, but definitely the park stops with me. There was no way in which he was going to effect those, the appointments or any accounting officer, even at COGTA, if the findings were otherwise.
Let's forget about COGTA for the time being. Let's just focus on what happens at National Treasury. And as in your position as the Minister of Finance, once you decide that you're going to appoint your special advisor, Mr. Bobat, and your chief of staff, Mr. Whitley, my reading of your affidavit is that that was final. It had to be implemented. there was no need to go to first seek out a security clearance. That was my reading of your affidavit. But correct me if I'm wrong.
You know, English, Chair, can be very, very tricky at times. Where exactly in my affidavit do you read that? Because, Chairperson, as I've explained, I was guided by the provisions of the Public Service Act, Section 12A.
So you say if that was his reading, you say that reading is wrong of your affidavit.
Extremely wrong. Extremely wrong, Chair.
Just Could you turn with me to page 128 of your statement?
I found it.
So I want you to turn, if you look at paragraph 38 on that particular page, you say there roughly, if you read from about line 12 from the bottom, Mr. Fuzil derides with cynical contempt my decision. Have you got that?
I'm trying to find what.
Count about 112 lines from the bottom. It's in fact
Yes,
11 lines.
yes.
Mr. Fuzil, you say, derides with cynical contempt my decision to appoint a special advisor and the chief of staff to my office, even suggesting that I had acted illegally in making these appointments because, according to him, I was not entitled to do so without his signature. His understanding of the powers of the ministers to appoint their special advisors and a chief of staff is unimpressive for someone who has paraded himself as a paragon of virtue and professionalism. Simply put, I made the appointment as I was entitled to do. His job as the accounting officer was to ensure that my decision to appoint them was implemented. I refer specifically to Section 12A of the Public Service Act 1994, which makes it clear that the power to appoint special advisors lies with the relevant executive authority. And in case of a national department, the executive authority is the minister responsible for the department.
What about that?
That was my understanding.
Yes, that's a correct understanding.
Now, you were saying that it was your job to make the appointment and his job to ensure that he simply provided his signature to that, to ensure that the appointment was made. That's the way I read it.
With respect, Chair, this is not what is written here.
No.
Yes.
It is not what is just read.
Yes, I think, Mr. Halley, you must put to the witness what your understanding is of what you have just read, or what has been read, depending on what point you want to make.
Well, what I make of it is that according to Mr. Van Royan, he was the one that was entitled to make the appointment, which he had done, and it was Mr. Fuzil's job as the accounting officer to ensure that my decision to appoint them was implemented. And so in order to do that, he simply had to sign off.
No,
I'm sorry. Switch on your mic here.
that too is incorrect. There's nothing about simple sign.
Yes.
He never said in that affidavit that he had to simply sign.
Yes.
Why is, he must put it,
Yes.
put the correct version of what's in the affidavit.
Yes.
Perhaps I
Mr. Halley?
misunderstand, Mr. Chair, but I was not entitled to do so without his signature. That's what he says.
Sorry? Just read again, Mr. Halley.
He says, if we go back to the top, where I was reading from, Mr.
No, I think
Fuzil
just read
derides,
where there is a mention of signature.
he says in the next sentence, I was not entitled to do so without his signature. That's what that's what's been put, or rather that's what he's attributing to Mr. Fuzile. He then goes on to say, his understanding.
Hang on 1 second. Mr. Fuzil derides with cynical contempt my decision to appoint a special advisor and the chief of staff to my office, even suggesting that I had acted illegally in making these appointments, because according to him, I was not entitled to do so without his signature. So what's the point you make about the signature?
So,
You want to put to the witness?
well, let me break it up into two, Mr. Chairperson. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Van Royan, you're saying that you and you alone were entitled to make the appointment. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
And you're saying that Mr. Fuzile's responsibility was simply to ensure that it happened as the accounting officer. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. You are not reading what I've written.
Well, let me put this, maybe it's not about the signature, Mr. Van Rooyen. In this, I think a few lines below that, you say, simply put, I made the appointments as I was entitled to do so. His job as the accounting officer was to ensure that my decision to appoint them was implemented. I guess if I am to give you my understanding of what Mr. Halley is suggesting, is that you are saying once you had made the appointment, Mr. Fuzil as the accounting officer, his job was to make sure that your decision was implemented, namely they were appointed and so on. That's my understanding of what Mr. Halley seeks to establish from you. What do you say to that?
Chair, let me explain the process. I identify, but as I identify, the process is not complete. What is going to complete the process is to subject, firstly, through the help of Mr. Fuzile, I will sign the contract with them, because that's an administrative part. Through the help of Mr. Fuzile, they will have to be subjected to vetting. Through the help of Mr. Fuzile, their qualifications and background checks must be completed. So that's what I meant by implementing, because I was not going to do that on my own. Mine was just to identify. And then if there was going to be an issue about any of the two, then it was going to come back to me again, identify other people. That's what I mean, Chair.
Mr. Halley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding, but what do you understand about appointment? What does that mean, according to your understanding?
Appointment, it means the whole process that I've outlined. It means identifying someone and obviously taking that particular person through a certain process to confirm his suitability for the position that you have identified him or her for. And then that's the complete process of appointment. Maybe I should have explained it in that fashion on my response.
Okay.
If we can move on then. Once again, my understanding, having read through your affidavit, I understood that you were of the view that there was no need to go through a vetting process because, if I understood correctly, you were saying the vetting process is something that takes, and the security clearance is something that takes a long time. And you suggested that because of the urgency of the matter, the appointment had to take place immediately, but the vetting and the security clearance was something that could take place afterwards.
The Act is very clear, Chair, that you don't appoint someone who, without vetting. That's the Act. The provision is very clear. But practically, what is happening is that people get appointed, and some of them, they are not even vetted for a very long time because of challenges that our state security agencies have. I can just give you a recent example, which is relevant also to National Treasury. Are you aware that the DG of National Treasury now, he's a DG with a criminal record? I mean, I know your obsession is about integrity and all that. This is what is happening. The DG, Mr. Mohajan, as we speak, is having a criminal record of driving. I think it was related to driving, reckless driving, something of that kind.
Well, what part of what you said in your affidavit is that there are other ministers who appoint special advisors, maybe other staff, I'm not sure, also pending them obtaining security clearance, because you said there used to be a backlog with the state security agencies, so people were not going to wait until that process was finalized, so people would start working pending the outcome of this state security clearance. That's part of what I read in your papers. Well, I certainly know that when the commission started, we experienced ourselves lots of delays with security clearance for investigators and so on, because with the state security agency, it's a matter that we dealt with publicly at the time to say the state security agents was taking long to finish the process. So that part, it's something that you have said, and I didn't understand Mr. Fuzil to raise any issue about the fact that there would be some delays with the state security agency.
No, but Chair, Mr. Fuzile came here and lie of what is happening practically.
No, I'm saying I don't remember that he challenged that part of what you say, namely there would be delays in getting security clearance from the state security agency. That part, I don't remember that he challenged that part.
No, he did, Chair. I think
Did
he
he?
only changed when I supplied my answering affidavit.
Okay.
He raised the issue of getting them doing duties
Yes.
without security clearance. That's why I'm saying, Chair, you know, it pains me to see people taking advantage of the commission, because Mr. Fuzile literally did that. He understands exactly the challenges that we are faced in government. He understands exactly that people are working there without being vetted. But still, he comes here and say people were allowed to work without being vetted, and contradicting himself in the process, because he said they were not vetted, they were not entitled to have so-called restricted or confidential documents, but he gave those documents to them, you know. So, but I'm not there, Chair. I think let's focus on the question posed here of vetting, you know, that vetting is still a problem, and I don't think it is solved as we speak. And of course, I know some appointments had to be reversed after people have worked in department for some years. Some people even exited the department without having been vetted. Their terms of office come to an end without being vetted. But I'm not sure since I left if that particular problem has been addressed.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Halley?
Thank you.
I have gone beyond 4:30. Shall we try and finish by 5:45?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to try and run through some of the some of the other themes before
Yes.
I finalize it and just wrap it up with one final proposition, pulling it all together, Mr. Chair. There was a meeting with the staff on the 11th of December of 2015. That's with the senior staff. You'll recall that meeting. It took place at approximately 11:15.
No,
correct?
I can't recall the exact time, Chair, but definitely the day is correct.
Now, there was a question about, during the course of that meeting, there was a question about whether you, according to Mr. Fuzil, he had indicated it appeared to him that you didn't really know Mr. Bobat, and you got the different roles reversed. You suggested that Mr. Bobat would be appointed as the, the chief of staff, and that Mr. Whitley would be the special advisor. You recall the meeting?
At which meeting? Because he seems to be confusing these meetings. At which meeting? Which meeting are you referring to? Through you, Chair.
That was the meeting where you came to introduce Mr. Bobat and Mr. Whitley. You recall the meeting? This takes place at National Treasury now.
I don't recall that meeting because there was no such a meeting. Let me explain what happened. On the 10th, Chair, I invited through the presidency, Mr. Bobat. And then that was during my swearing in. And then I had, I'm shocked by this 360-degree about 10 of Mr. Fuzil's attitude. I'm shocked, but I'm not surprised because all this is political. I explained to Mr. Fuzil that, look, I've identified this guy to come in and help as my advisor. Please start the process. If possible, let's finalize the contract so as we can then start doing certain things. But start the process with DPSE as you know it, and he agreed. That was on the 10th. And then he agreed, and he never questioned anything. He never even said, maybe I'm wrong or I'm right, he just agreed that I will give effect to it. But cordially, there was no this arrogancy and, display of disrespect. No, there was no such. The respect was mutual and was very professional. And I had all the confidence that I'm having one of the best DJs, to be produced by our system, unaware of this other side that I never knew, So on this happened on the 10th, and on the 11th, then Mr. Bobat came in after my engagement with him in the outlined meeting. Then that's when I introduced Mr. Bobat, Mr. Whitley to the DG. I've identified this other person for coming in as my chief, so he can help me with the office and other things, while I'm still settling, So it's not true that I only introduced Mr. Bobat on the 11th. Mr. Bobat was introduced to the DG, the former DG, on the 10th. It was only Mr. Whitley who was introduced on the 11th.
No, I think you actually missed the point. There's a meeting with the senior management at the National Treasury, which includes most of the DDGs, the Deputy Director Generals. Now, the question is not whether you introduce in Mr. Bobat to Mr. Fuzile. You are introducing Mr. Bobat and Mr. Whitley to the other people that were at the meeting.
Oh yeah, no, you are right. If that's what you wanted me to answer, I missed the point.
Okay. Now, during the course of that meeting, it seems that according to Mr. Fuzile and Mr. Mohojani, they both testified, both state that you didn't seem to, you were uncertain of the identities of these two people. In respect of Mr. Fuzile, he says that you mixed up the different roles that they were going to play. And in respect of Mr. Mohajani, he says that you kept saying, to use his language. You couldn't get the name of Mr. Bobert when you tried to mention his name.
And God help us all. Chair, what are you saying? Maybe I should check what is the leader of evidence saying about
Okay,
Mrs.
do you want to
Makanda?
repeat your question, Mr. Halley?
The long and the short of it, Mr. Van Rooyen, is that you didn't seem to know these two people. You didn't know which role they were going to play, and in some instances, you didn't seem to know their names.
That's not true.
And in fact, Mr. Whitley himself says that you seem to have mispronounced. He also remembers something to that effect. In his case, he says you seem to have mispronounced their names.
No, that's not true. The only time that,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Whitley.
Does it not specify, does it not say Mr. Van Rooyen seems to have mispronounced Mr. Bobert's name or his
Sorry,
name?
Mr. Bobert's name. Sorry, I said their
Yes,
names. It's Mr.
yeah.
Bobert's name
Yes,
specifically.
yeah.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Did you see that in Mr.
sorry.
Whitley's affidavit or statement?
sorry, Chair, for interjecting. No, I did see that. The reality of the matter is that,
Yes.
you know, I've been addressing Mr. Bobert as Mo in our previous communication.
As who?
Mo.
Mo,
That's
for Mohammed.
abbreviating
Mohammed.
Mohammed.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So I think the only time, I think he did it even, not only in that meeting, where he will want the whole name to be cited. He will, let's say, Minister, my full name is Mohammed, not Mo, you know. So it's just to make sure that people don't maybe stick just to Mo without understanding that he's Mohammed. I think that's the only correction that I can, that I know he used to effect in our engagements with various stakeholders, you know. So it's not like I didn't know his surname, I didn't know his name. It's just that I was referring to him in our previous engagement as Mo, you know. Okay, because that's how the Mohammeds that relate to me, I call them, you know. Okay.
And is it correct that on the 10th of December of 2015 at the swearing-in ceremony, when you met with Mr. Bobert, he had indicated to you that he was trying to get hold of you and he couldn't get through? Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. Chairman, may I please, because there's something that was raised about the evidence corroborating, which is not true.
Yes. Yeah. Just deal with it.
If you look into the evidence of both the former DG and the current DG, and the lady, Ms. Makanda, on that matter, Ms. Makanda doesn't agree with them. She doesn't agree with them. So it's not true that she corroborated them. It's not.
On the
So you
issue
can
of
see
whether-
this is just a story that was rehearsed that went wrong. You know,
You are now referring to Mr. Fuzil's evidence and and current DG's evidence that you got the roles of the
names.
two wrong or their
Correct.
names wrong.
but also with the evidence of Ms. Makanda.
Yeah, and you are saying Ms. Makanda's evidence doesn't corroborate what they say.
Not at all.
Yeah, okay.
Not at all.
Okay, Mr. Ali?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I just want to deal with you about the email that was sent to Mr. Wood. I just want to understand the context. You were aware that that email, as a fact, had been sent to Mr. Wood. I'm talking now about the email that had been sent by Mr. Bobert to Mr. Wood and Mr. Issa.
What was the email all about, if I may ask?
Well, let's just look at the bundle, if you can just bear with me. The email is at page 33 of bundle PA, Mr. Chairperson.
Do you want to say what it was about? That might...
This is the email that attached the very sensitive, according to Mr. Fuzil, attached the very sensitive document that was supposed to go off to Cabinet.
If you want to see it, Mr. Van Royan, we can let you see it first, but if you are happy to deal with it.
I'm happy.
Okay.
What was the specific question about that email?
You were aware that that email had in fact gone off, if understood correctly.
Yes, I must indicate, Chair, maybe I should give a background of how these things are processed. I think there was a submission that was required of me as the minister. So I then said to the DG, please share this information with us so as I can enrich my submission.
With whom?
With myself.
Oh,
as I can
you asked the
enrich-
DG to share the information with you,
Yes, but
Yeah.
of course it will be through
your chief of
my
staff.
chief of staff.
Okay.
Because they had to work on, I think it was a speech.
Yeah.
Or my submission to a presentation to Parliament, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So usually what happens, if documents are not classified, because that document was not classified, there's nothing that stops me or even the DG to solicit input from experts to enrich that document. And it's not true what the DG said to this commission, that National Treasury doesn't consult stakeholders. No, it's wrong. In fact, it's even wrong in terms of the legislations that are governing, National Treasury, as well as other departments of government. Because we rely on inputs from stakeholders to come to determinations. We don't operate from a vacuum, And I can cite the example of programs that have been championed by National Treasury that clearly demonstrated that National Treasury engage stakeholders, even the minister, engage stakeholders before they make submissions, even themselves, before they come to Parliament in some cases. They share information with stakeholders even before they come to us to present, when I was still in the Finance Committee, to present, and they will tell us, this is the inputs that we have solicited from stakeholders. So it's not correct that National Treasury doesn't engage stakeholders. It's a wrong impression of our democratic government.
Well, it might be a question of at what stage, what process happens. I can't imagine that in a government department or any government department, the position would be, as long as a document is not marked or is not classified as top secret or is not classified, you can share it with anybody. I don't imagine that would be correct. Is that what you are suggesting? That as long as it is not classified, it can be shared with anybody outside of the department?
Chair, if there is an emphasis of not sharing, then it will be indicated either through the communication channels or either through whatever means. But ideally what is preferred in government and what is promoted is marking this document as they originate. You don't release a document where you don't have an intention of sharing it and you don't mark it. You must mark that document.
Well, what about this? Because this is what I would think. I would think that within a department, the people who work there may have an idea that even when a document has not yet been marked or classified, it must still remain within the department. And then there may be certain people within the department who may have authority to say, we can share it with so-and-so, but not with so-and-so, specific people. And then you might come to a stage where it's classified. Then at that stage you say, you share it with nobody except maybe cabinet, minister, deputy minister only. So I suspect that there must be stages of any document. Would it not be like that to say the DG might decide I can share it with the DG of another department, but I'm not going to share it with my brother who works in the private sector, even if he's my brother, because of the content of the document.
In that situation, I think the DG will notify the other DG that this is between the two of us, because it's not marked. Because if it's marked, then it gives clear guidance from the word go from any person who lay his hands on that document, that this is not for public consumption, you know. But in this case, we have a DG who didn't even indicate in the email that, no, this document, this information that I'm sharing should not be, you shouldn't solicit input from any other person besides internal, you know. But also, you know, what is interesting in the submission of Mr. Fuzil, he claims that if people were not vetted and they were not fit and proper, but he went on without being worried of sharing what he termed a confidential document. In fact, he does not even say it confidential. He says top secret, you know? So really...
But he says, and you would have heard him because he was here when he said this, he said the minister had arrived with these two people, special advisor and chief of staff. And now I'm paraphrasing what he said, as I understood it. Whether we liked it or not, we had to work with them. So I had to work with them pending whatever process. That was my understanding of the point he was making.
Okay, which is wrong, Chair. Because a DG, well, I'm not going to separate a DG of National Treasury and other DGs. A DG is a DG in government. A DG is a chief advisor of the minister. There's no way, not unless he was there to set me up, you know, and something that I was not aware of. Because if it was enough of that, he could have said to me, you know, at some stage I even called Mr. Fuzil my comrade, because I think he was so good in terms of deceiving me, in terms of who he is, you know, because I call him my comrade. So, but that's neither here nor there. The key issue here is that as an accounting officer, you know, immediately that is found that the minister did something wrong, I mean, you should be worried, because then you didn't do your work. Because your work is to advise the minister. You can't come and use this thing of a political, political cloud as a reason for allowing the minister to do wrong things. Then that National Treasury was in trouble. That National Treasury was in trouble, Chairperson, if really that was his attitude.
But of course, Mr. Van Royan, Mr. Halley referred us to paragraph 38 of your statement where you make it quite clear that his job was to implement your decision. That doesn't seem to me to reflect an attitude of flexibility on your part in regard to this point. It appears that your position was, DG, you implement. I've made the decision, you implement. That's the impression I get.
I'm sorry, Chair, you still have that impression, even if I went to town to explain what I meant by implementing.
No, I accept that you explained, but I'm just saying, as you make the point that you have just made, namely, he should have come to you if he thought the minister had done something wrong. I'm just saying, let's remember that there is this point that you made, but I'm not forgetting the explanation you gave earlier.
Maybe I made a mistake by not indicating that in my discussions with him. This is what I emphasized on. Please, to complete the process of implementation, take these people through this process. It's not an implementation of a military command. No, it doesn't work like that, Chair. Because if I'm going to work in a department without the support of the DG, the department will collapse. And I'm not thumbsucking here, Chair. I've seen sour relationship between ministers and DGs collapsing departments, or holding important progress of department at Ransa, So I had a clear understanding of how I should relate to this person that I looked at as my comrade, you know?
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you,
Harris.
Mr. Chair. We almost finished. If we can just make one or two additional points, just to confirm. According to Mr. Whitley, the meeting that took place on the morning of the 11th of December of 2015, when you invited him to join as the Chief of Staff, Mr. Esser was present at that meeting as well as Mr. Eric Woods. You've confirmed Mr. Woods' presence. Is it correct that Mr. Esser was also present on that occasion?
No, I don't remember, Mr. Eza. I remember having a quick engagement with Mr. Woods as he was introduced to me by Mohammed. I don't remember seeing Mr. Because remember, I didn't have a meeting with this gentleman. I had a meeting with Mr. Bashir, and then there was Malcolm coming. The only person that I was expecting to come and maybe to talk to me before we go to Pretoria was Mr. Bobat.
Mr. Chair, there's some very important question that has arisen that's been drawn to my attention. I need to take an instruction on it. It is quite important.
Okay.
And I'd like to chat with my junior as well as Mr. Fuzil.
Well, I have some
Can I-
questions for Mr. Van Royan. I don't know whether, while I ask him some questions, that
Not at
will
all.
give you that chance or not.
If I can do it while you're busy, ask it questions.
Yes, yes.
Thank you,
that's-
Mr. Chair.
That's fine. Mr. Van Royan, if I recall correctly, the public protector's report, that is Ms. Thuli Madonsela's report, seemed to suggest that prior to your appointment as Minister of Finance, or the cell phone records suggested that you had been in the vicinity of the Gupta residence of Saxon Wealth quite a number of times. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair. And that's what I confirm also in my statement.
Yes, yes. No, I asked that because earlier on, understood you to say you were only able to remember that you met Mr. Tony Gupta, that is Rajesh Gupta, at the office when he popped in, and on the 8th of December, which seemed to suggest to me that you might have met with him only twice before your appointment. So you are saying, yes, it's you were in the vicinity of the Gupta residence a number of times prior to your appointment. Is that correct? Or in the residence? I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, in the residence, Chair. But what I've said is that because I think the question was any phone call that
Yes.
happened between the two dates.
Yes, or
So
okay,
then what I said, yeah, that's what I responded to is that I don't remember of any
okay.
besides those two.
Yes.
And that doesn't imply that there was no any phone call. But as I've responded in my statement, Chair,
Yes.
it went beyond just what is recorded in the public protector report.
Yes.
There were other meetings even beyond that. you know.
Yes,
Okay.
but are you talking now about the period prior to your appointment, or are you including after your appointment?
No,
When
I'm
you
talking
say-
after my appointment, when I say even beyond.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes.
But before your appointment, how many times would you say you may have visited the Gupta residence?
Chair, I will be lying, I can't remember from my head. on the top of my head.
Would it be fair to say many times or several times? Would that be fair or would that not be fair? I just want to
You see,
get a
that
picture.
quantification, Chair, is giving me a problem. But definitely, it was not like a frequent thing, no. It was not like a
Yes.
frequent, not unless there's something that needed me
Yeah.
to interact with them,
Yes.
needing their support. But it was not like,
Maybe
know,
like 5 times, 4 times?
no, I really can't remember.
can't
Chair.
say, but
I can't
a number
say.
of times.
Yeah, a number of times.
Okay, all right. Whenever you went there, did you always meet with Mr. Tony Gupta, or did you meet other members of the Gupta family?
No, at some stage, he introduced me to some members of their companies.
Yes,
Because remember, I had to work with their companies to finalize even sponsorships and all
yes,
that.
yes. Did you ever meet Mr. Ajay Gupta?
No.
You never met him. And Mr. Atul Gupta, did you ever meet him?
No, I've never met Fatul.
Yes. So would it be fair to say the only member of the Gupta family that you met was Mr. Tony Gupta?
It was Tony, yes.
Yes. Is it correct that you only met Mr. Tony Gupta for the first time when he came into your office at Lutulia House, as you indicated?
Yes, Chair.
And you said that was in October 2015?
Yes, October 2015.
Yes. You couldn't remember the date earlier on, and I don't expect you necessarily to remember it now. But are you able to say maybe towards the end of October or early October or mid-October?
No, Chair.
You can't say.
I'm unable to say.
No, that's fine. That's
unable
fine.
to
But
say.
it was October.
Yes.
Yes. Now, the matters that you discussed with him, were they confined to how his companies or their companies or he could assist your members, or did you discuss other businesses or other issues or even political issues?
Chair, part of my mandate, besides just looking for financial assistance or assistance in kind, is also to ensure that I assist businesses of military veterans to have partnership with other businesses. So I know one of the things that I was discussing with him was how to support some of our military veterans companies. In fact, it went to an extent of just on the brink of sealing a deal of some of our guys in all the 9 provinces distributing, getting their companies distributing their publication. Because remember, they had a publication. And of course, they were going to be empowered with vehicles and all that. You know. But that will be as a startup for them to run their own distribution entities. So we discuss also options of supporting companies of military veterans.
You know, Mr. Tutuzana Zuma said when he testified before me that Tony Gupta is his big friend. Was Mr. Tutuzana Zuma with Mr. Tony Gupta at any of the stages when you met with Mr. Tony Gupta?
No. At no stage did I meet.
He was
I meet Tutuzani not with Tony Gupta. I meet
Yes,
Tutuzani
separately.
it's other platforms. Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
And on the 8th of December, that is now the day on which you were to meet with the former president in the evening, as I understand your position. You said you went to the Gupta residence, is that right?
Yes, I wanted to have a session.
You wanted to?
In fact, if I remember well, I had the pressure from certain members.
Sorry?
Because, you know, I had pressure from certain members of assistance, so I
Yes.
wanted to check if I
Yes.
can be assisted to assist them.
Yes.
Yes.
But did you say you actually did not meet him even though you did go to the residence, Gupta residence?
No, it never happened.
It never happened.
Because he was held up in a meeting. I think I waited for some time there.
Yes. Do you remember whether it was in the morning on the 8th when you went there or in the afternoon?
It might be midday or just after lunch, around that time.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. So ultimately, that whole day you didn't meet him?
No.
Yes.
I mean, after that failed meeting, then
Yes. And did he speak to you at some stage to say, I heard that you came to see me, but you had to leave without seeing me? Did he phone you to talk about that?
Look, Chair, I can't remember exactly, but I think it will be obvious that if I happen to meet him
Yes.
after, I might have raised that, but I can't vividly remember if I did it.
Yes. But you say nobody, or rather, you say he never spoke to you about your possible appointment as Minister of Finance?
No, not at all, Chair.
They
Not
never
at all.
discussed
Not
that.
at all. Remember, even when I was there, I was not even aware
Yes.
that I will be assigned.
Yes,
you know,
yes,
to
yes.
the executive.
Yes.
I was still, in that darkness of what is
Yes.
exactly going to happen.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'll come back to that. With regard to Mr. Mabaso, how long had you known Mr. Mabaso by the time he introduced Mr. Whitley to you?
I think when Minister Zwane started as a minister, because I was already in Parliament. So, and I was the whip of Economic Transformation Cluster and the Committee of Minerals and Energy in terms of our study group arrangement. It falls, even currently still like that, it falls under that cluster that I was the whip of. So, of course, when we engage, but also not only that, Chair, I was also in the party strategy committee in Parliament. And that's a committee that holds the executive accountable. So when we engage with ministers, that's how we get to know those who support them. And then I think it started when the Minister Zwane was then confirmed as a minister. That's when I started knowing him as we interact in Parliament or as in interact in ANC platforms or any other way.
Would that have been in 2015? I have a suspicion that
No, it's not 2015.
Minister Zwane may have become Minister of Mineral Resources in 2015, but I may be mistaken, maybe 2014.
No, maybe, was he the first? I'm just trying to think. No,
Well,
I
if
think
I recall
he became
correctly,
the minister before. 2015.
If I recall correctly, when he became Minister of Mineral Resources, he was replacing Minister Ramatloti, and I think he was being minister for the first time. Minister Zwane.
Okay, that's possible, Chair. But what I'm trying to
Yeah.
narrate here is that I started knowing him through his working
Yes.
relationship with Minister.
Yeah, so
Zwane.
you would have known him maybe the same year, the 2015, or the year before, or something like that. No, not for
No,
many
not a year
years.
before. It happened,
In
my
2015.
introduction to Mr.
Mr. Mabaso.
It happened immediately or maybe after Minister Zwane
Oh,
was
okay.
confirmed as a minister, because then we had to interact,
Yes.
to obviously get assistance from the ministry for our
Yes,
organizational
okay.
work.
Okay. Now, I think you said that on the 8th, after the president had informed you that he intended appointing you as Minister of Finance and to remove Mr. Nene, you began to think about who you would bring on board to assist you. Is that right?
On the 8th, after my
On the
engagement.
8th.
On the 8th, after my engagement with the president.
Yes, and the engagement you said was in the evening. Is that right?
Yes, it was in the evening.
Yes. Now, in your own mind, did you decide at that stage that one of the people you should bring on board was Mr. Bobat?
It didn't happen immediately, Chair. I had to check
Yes, to check, yeah.
on
But he
whatever
was one of
that
the
was at
people
my disposal.
Yes.
So definitely,
Yes.
that's when I realized that I don't have anything at my
Yes.
disposal, then that's when I
Yes.
thought of him.
Is there anybody that you shared this information with once you had an intention to appoint Mr. Bobat? Is there anybody that you shared this information with before making the offer to Mr. Bobat?
No, not at all.
You did not
Not
share
at
it
all.
with-
Not at all.
Not
That's why
even-
even I was hesitant even to share it with him over the phone. you know.
Sorry?
I'm saying that's why I said it was not going to make sense for me
Yes.
to share. If I managed to get hold of him, I was
Yes.
not even going to share that with him over the phone.
Yes.
Then that's why I waited for that moment at the Union Building.
Yes,
For me
yes.
to discuss with him about my intention.
Yes. Is there anybody that you approached on the evening of the 8th of December and maybe in the morning of the 9th, or during the day on the 9th? Is there anybody with whom you shared, to whom you said, I need people who can assist me, I need an advisor, I need a chief of staff? Is there anybody that you spoke to and said you wanted to be assisted on this issue
No, it only happened up until
after the swearing in?
after the swearing in.
Yes.
That's
okay.
when, yeah.
But after the swearing in, when you made the offer to Mr. Bobert, you had not shared your intention with anybody, had you?
No,
You had not.
Not at all.
And obviously, because you had not met Mr. Whitley, you couldn't have talked to anybody about intending to appoint Mr. Whitley.
Correct.
Yes. And you only met Mr. Whitley the following day, namely the 11th, the following morning. Mr. Whitley.
I
You
met
on-
him on the 11th.
On the 11th in the
Yes,
morning,
yes.
yes. Now, what I find strange, and I would like you to comment if you may, is how it is possible that Mr. Enoch Godongwana, already on the 9th, tells Mr. Fuzil that he was going to get a minister who would come with two, no, maybe he didn't say two, but we would come with advisors that he did not know. Now, I'm saying that because you didn't come with one person, you came with two people, a special advisor and a chief of staff. And we know that with regard to Mr. Whitley, you actually didn't know him until the 11th. And with regard to Mr. Bobert, we know that you knew him very slightly, as I understand the position. So I ask myself the question, how would Mr. Enoch Godongwana have known about this ahead of it happening? If you were the only person who had the names of people you wanted to appoint and who knew you were going to appoint advisors and arrive with them at National Treasury. How would somebody else have known that? Are you able to say anything about that?
Chair, I looked into Mr. Godongwana's affidavit because I was expecting to hear something that I don't know. That simply suggests that I'm equally in your position. I don't know how did Mr. Enoch Godongwana, because what he's saying here, he's speaking of speculations and rumors, but also he's speaking of the meetings of the NEC, what they were discussing there about a possible reshuffle. So as to how that made him to be such confident that this is what happened, I'm still waiting to hear from him. Because truly speaking, I really don't know. I really don't know, Chair.
Yes, but you understand where I'm coming from. He says, upon arrival at National Treasury, you are going to come with, or maybe I'm being inaccurate, but I think he says, if I recall correctly, to Mr. Fuzil, according to Mr. Fuzil, you are going to get a Gupta minister. Let's leave out the question of a Gupta minister, not a minister, not a Gupta minister. Let's say you are going to get a minister who is going to come with advisors that he doesn't know. And here you come to Treasury with two people. Certainly, Mr. Whitley, you don't know, you've just met. And Mr. Bobert, as I said, you know slightly. That suggests to me that the information about who you are going to come with, who you are going to have as your advisors, it was known somewhere else other than by yourself.
Chair, I can't, because I'm not
Yes.
part of wherever
Yes.
Mr. Godongwana got that information.
Yes.
So I really can't answer for Mr. Godongwana.
Yes. No, I understand that. The reason I'm putting these things to is to get the benefit of your comment, because they are in my mind to say, how did he know? And that, of course, arises because there is the suggestion that you may have been given these people by the Guptas. You see, that's the context. But let me also put this other factor before you, and you can comment if you are able to. I had Mr. Jonas's evidence last year, and he spoke about a meeting that he had at the Gupta residence. And that meeting took place on the 23rd of October, 2015. You remember you said Mr. Rajesh Gupta came to your office in October 2015. Mr. Jonas said he had a meeting at the Gupta residence with one of the Gupta brothers, he was not sure which one, as well as Mr. Duduzane Zuma and Mr. Fana Hlongwane. But the investigations that have been done by the Commission suggest that only Tony Gupta may have been present in the house at the time in terms of the Gupta brothers. Mr. Atul Gupta seems to have been out of the country. Mr. Ajay Gupta seems to have been in the Sentinel office. And Mr. Duduzane Zuma and Mr. Hlongwane confirmed that Mr. Tony Gupta or Rajesh was in the house, but they deny that he was part of the meeting. But they say he popped into the meeting and wanted to say something to Mr. Duduzane Zuma and left. But Mr. Jonas evidence that his meeting actually was with the Gupta brother that was there. And he says in that meeting, the Gupta brother was there, told him that Minister Nene was going to be fired as Minister of Finance. And we know that indeed, in about 6 weeks' time, Mr. Nene was fired as Minister of Finance. And one of the things that he says they said to him, they said to him, according to Mr. Jonas, Mr. Nene was going to be fired because he was not working with them, with the Gupta family. And they wanted Mr. Jonas to work with them as Minister of Finance. They wanted him to take the position of Minister of Finance. And they said to him, the old man likes you. And he understood that to be a reference to President Zuma. And he says, they said to him, when he becomes Minister of Finance, they could supply him with personnel, including advisors. And there you come to replace Mr. Nene after he has been fired. And you come with advisors, special advisor and chief of staff. One you don't know, you've just met. The other one you know slightly. And Mr. Enoch Godongwana has known before you even met Mr. Whitley that you are going to come with, as he put it, advisors that you don't know. That seems strange. And add to that, Mr. Themba Masego's evidence, which he gave before me, that in sometime during the second half of 2010, he met with Mr. Ajay Gupta at the Gupta residence. And one of the things Mr. Gupta told him is, anyone who doesn't want to work with us, any minister who doesn't work with us, will get the president. I can't remember whether he said to deal with him, but basically it was we would report that person to the president and the president would act. And of course, Mr. Masego, he was not a minister. He refused to cooperate with them. and he was fired. Not fired, he was transferred from one position out of the government communication service. And when I look at the evidence that has been laid so far before me, his transfer seems to be very unusual. The president, Mr. Zuma, says he never gave instructions that he should be fired or transferred. Mr. Masego says, well, my minister told me, President Zuma said, by the time he comes back from outside the country, I must be gone from this position. So there are all these things. I know that you did not appoint yourself, okay, as Minister of Finance, but I'm mentioning these things to you in order to see what I am looking at as I listen to your evidence and as I listen to Mr. Fuzil's evidence. And wanting to answer the question, what are the chances that maybe without your knowledge, you were appointed, maybe at least in part because of any influence from the Gupta family. You might not be able to say anything to some of these things that I'm putting to you, but I'm just letting you know what's going on in my mind. If you have something to say, feel free to say it.
Chair, indeed, I'm not that much taken aback by your perplexity on how these developments happen. But the reality of the matter is that all these things, I mean, they should be, as you know, the appointments and the dismissals or the, absorption of people, those are procedurally guided processes. So if there's any deviation on those, definitely I think that should be the focus of this particular commission. But truly speaking, I'm equally surprised how did it happen, because the reality of the matter is that the president is the only power who is empowered to appoint ministers. So there's no way in my submission, that's something that I've made clear in my submission, that that could have been done by any other person. But also I'm just bit concerned that anyone can then consider such particular allegations or maybe such particular claims to be claims that can be used to accuse any other person without checking the process that was followed to give effect to certain appointments. But coming to my situation, Chair, as to how I appoint people that I didn't know, look, this issue of, it might not have been even Mr. Popat or Mr. Ian Wood. It could have been any other person. I didn't use the issue of knowing someone as my guiding principle. What is driving my decision on this matter? What drove my decision on this matter is the merit that I see in their, of course, on their profiles and ultimately in their CVs. That's the only thing. And that's something, that's the very same approach that I could have used in appointing any other person. Of course, I mean, I'm fully considerate of the limitations that you have raised, but as I've said, I definitely believe in the process that was going to follow to finalize those appointments. So I didn't use the issue of knowing or not knowing as the basis. Otherwise, if I'm to follow that, Chair, because I didn't want to, usually I want to stick to the provisions of the National Development Plan. We need a capacitated state. So we can't capacitate state with cronies and friends. We need merit. And that's what made me to take a decision on those two appointments. And I can tell you now, Chair, if I continue to serve in National Treasury, I was definitely going to check what is happening with these other positions. Because at the end of the day, it's all about service delivery, you know. And that's the same thing that I did in COPTA. I arrived in COPTA, I checked and I retained. Where it was not possible, I didn't retain. But in the main, I retained because there was quality there, you know.
Thank you. Mr. Halley?
Chair, there's just...
You had about one question more.
Yeah. I want to chat with you about Mr. Bashir Salah that you met with before your meeting with Mr. Whitley. Where did you meet Mr. Salah previously? How did you get to know him?
I got to know Mr. Salah, if I remember well, they requested a meeting with our office. That's how I got to know him.
Because I'm reading here about reports in the media which suggest that Mr. Salah was the...
Sorry, Chair. He is reading from the media. My client has not seen what he is reading.
Oh,
He
yes.
cannot be reading from the media and putting questions that he's reading from the media to a client who is taken an oath to give evidence before this commission.
Mr. Halid?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Van Rooyen has mentioned a person. Insofar as reading from media reports is concerned, there's no reason why the Commission should not receive media reports. Obviously, it will have to be made available. But I would like to find out from Mr. Van Rooyen if he's aware of these media reports relating to Mr. Salah.
Mr.?
Mr. Salah, remember on the 11th of December,
Yes.
he has a meeting with Mr. Whitley.
Yes.
Before that meeting, according to Mr. Van Rooyen, he actually has a meeting with a businessman. He identifies the businessman as Mr. Bashir Salah.
Yes,
So I want
but
to
what is the point about
He,
Mr. Salah?
well, according to the media reports that we read in, it seems that Mr. Salah was identified as a financial backer or the right-hand man of Mr. Muammar Gaddafi. Were you
Yes.
aware of that at the time?
But why is that relevant?
Well, we want to just explore that with him. He had a meeting with him. He had a
Yes,
meeting
but
with him.
to what end? To what end? If he met somebody who seems to have known Gaddafi, and so what?
Well, we want to ascertain what was the relationship between him and Mr. Van Rooyen in his capacity as the Treasurer General of the MK Veterans Association.
And how will that help us in looking at the issues we are looking at here about his own appointment and the appointment of the advisors?
No, I just thought we ought to explore it in the context of the larger context of what we're dealing with,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then, if I could just wrap it up, Mr. Chair, what we know from some of the issues that the chairperson has raised with you in relation to the evidence of Mr. Mcebisi Jonas is that in October of 2000, 23rd of
I
October,
will let you
I'm just
ask
wrapping it all up.
one question to wrap up, yeah.
I'm putting what our argument will be,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
okay.
Mr. Mcebisi Jonas says that he's offered the post of Minister of Finance on the 23rd of October of 2015. We know from your testimony that in October 2015, you in fact meet with Mr. Gupta, Tony Gupta. We know also that on the 8th of December of 2015, you meet with the President in the evening, in which the President tells you that he wants to appoint you as the Minister of Finance. On the same day, you meet with Mr. Tony Gupta. We know also...
Sorry, which same day does he meet with Mr. Gupta?
on the 8th of December, he goes to Mr. Gupta, to the Gupta residence.
Yeah.
And the last aspect of that...
Well, you said you wanted to meet him, but didn't
He says
meet
he
him.
wanted to meet with him.
Yeah.
But we know that he goes to the Gupta residence. The last aspect relates to an issue that emanates from the Public Protector's report. But I understand from my learned friend that he may have an objection to that. I just want to deal with the witness in relation to the statement that he made to the public protector.
Yes, we have got to wrap up.
Absolutely,
You
Mr.
had
Chair.
one point and just try and wrap up.
Do you wish to make your point? In your letter to the public protector that you wrote on the 24th of March 2017, you apparently said the following to the public protector. During the period between the 4th of December 2015 to the 11th of December of 2015, I was in Durban with my family. I was not a minister at that stage, so I did not have VIP protection. On the 7th of December, I flew from Durban to Johannesburg at 13:55 for MKMVA meetings, where we also met with the Gupta family. That was what you said to the public protector. You said that you had also met with the Gupta family.
No, I don't remember what you're referring to.
You don't remember whether your statement included anything like that?
You see, the challenge, Chair, is that this is one of the things that was brought last night, and I've never had a chance to go through it. Now I'm expected to respond to it.
But the public
And
protector...
with respect to Chair, it's quite unfair. Mr. Harley knows that in order for a client to assist him, I don't think he understands his role as an evidence leader of the commission with respect. He's not here to cross-examine my client. He's here to elicit from my client information that would assist you get to the truth. Now, these questions that are meant to trick him into some story are not fair. He should be allowed to engage with the public protector in full so that we know exactly what the full extent of the engagement entailed. It's not just that letter that is reading. He met with the public protector. They engaged with the public protector. Who knows what was said behind that?
Mr. Harley?
Mr. Chair, of course, the witness is at liberty to tell us if there's any further aspect of that he wishes to say. The point is that I'm raising with him. He can, of course, confirm or deny that he's told the public protector that he met with the Gupta family. It's a simple issue.
Did you say, Mr. Van Rooyen, you can't remember what you may have written in the letter to the public protector? Or a statement or letter, I'm not sure what it is.
You know, Chair, I just wanted to locate, more especially the issues of the dates and all that. So that's why it was important for me to be given this information.
Yes.
But with the public protector, of course, I've said it.
Yes, yes.
I've met the Guptas.
Yes.
I think the issue, if it's about meeting the
dates.
Guptas as a minister, then that's something else.
Yeah.
You know, but what I'm saying is that, Chair, I will give a fair and a detailed response if I was given chance to look into that.
Yes.
And I've never denied meeting the Guptas, so it should not be an issue.
Well, one option is that, Mr. Harley, if there's anything outstanding, he could be requested to, you could put questions to him through his lawyers in writing, and he could be requested to respond by way of an affidavit. That's another option. Mr. Masu, would you have any problem with that?
No, absolutely not.
Yes, yeah.
I think that would be fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think
That
that's
may
fair.
be another option in the light of the late hour. Okay, all right. Mr. Van Rooyen, thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, I just have one question.
Okay, a re-examination. Yeah,
Yes.
okay, all right. Please sanitize before he...
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Just one question arising from
Yes.
the question you asked Mr. Van Rooyen
Yes.
relating to
Yes,
the appointment of persons he did not know.
yes.
Mr. Van Rooyen, is there anywhere in the regulations in the practice, in the law that requires you to appoint people that you know to the position of a special advisor?
Chair, as I've elaborated, well, of course, Chair, you have raised your concern, which I fully accommodate. Usually, what is guiding me is, the merit is a merit aspect more than any other thing, you know, and maybe that's what is overshadowing my observations on other things. But the reality, the legislation is very clear. South African, fit for purpose, relevant qualifications, no criminal records. Those are clear guidance. The issue of knowing, in fact, if we promote that, I'm worried we might even be bordering on nepotism or cronyism. Remember, there is a serious accusation now that one has employed a niece in one of the state-owned enterprises.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masood. Thank you very much, Mr. Van Royan, for coming to put your side of the story and to answer questions. There may be a request for you to deal with further questions by way of affidavit. I'm sure that you will attend to that if such a request arrives. But thank you very much for coming to give evidence today. You are excused.
Thank you very much. It has been a long wait, and of course with its own consequences, but it's fine. We understand it's part of the game.
Yes.
But I must also indicate, Chair, I really want to wish you well in unearthing the truth, because I think this is a very tedious process. And that's why I'm insisting that I don't think we will realize any justice if it's only focusing on these short terms of on these narrow terms of reference. My wish is that you should be given an expanded mandate to dig deep, more especially on the relationship of white capital with our democratic state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to adjourn now, and we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We adjourn.